All right. I forgot to do the advanced notification, but I'm here. So if and when people show up, hey Safa, wow, you're bang on the money tonight, my brother. One of those nights, I didn't do anything that I normally do, including I didn't make my first video. So I'm going to make a video, and it's going to involve a little bit of faffing about. Greg, how you doing? Yeah, well, Safa, you know me. It was literally the usual story of I kept realizing things I'd forgotten for the last 5 minutes and kept leaving the room to get them coming back. Then remember something else. It's a nightmare being me, is what I'm saying. Oh, nice, Greg. Thanks for coming for a hangout, mate. Appreciate it. I hope make it worth your while. We'll have a bit of fun tonight. I'm going to make a cocktail called the Ken Burns effect. And in the making of the video, I mean, Greg, you're a photographer. You'd know what the Ken Burns effect is. It's the thing that documentary maker made popular, tracking shots or zooms on still photos when you don't have any moving pictures of the thingies. So I'm going to make a video where that's what I do, tracking shots on still images. Me silly. So the federal government appointing a cyber boss, the thing you sent me the link to, I had to, yeah, I mean, well past time because we are, in the shit in cyber world. Hell, who knows? One day, no, I'm not going to work for Canberra. No way. But say maybe one day I'll end up working in that department. It's like, nope, not if I have to go to Canberra. Not even for 1 or 2 days a week. Not doing that. No siree. Well, unless they paid me an awful lot of money. All right, I'm going to set some shit up. I think I almost knocked my GoPro off there. All right, put this here. I think I worked out. That seems less obstructive if I put this over here. So if you wanted the job, but they never called you, well, that's just not fair, is it? Right, let me get a grip on this cocktail. You know what? I'm just going to make it, and then I'm going to make up the voiceover. First. All right, I'm going to take a picture. I'm going to take a picture of my bottles. Right, that'll be a useful one. Now, rye whiskey. Sure, I did not get the... Fuck! I literally went out to get the sherry before and got distracted and did some other things. Yes, I need to put the chicken in charge. Someone ought to be in charge. I'm not fucking up to it, honestly. Safa, I've not had either a Coles or Woolies roast chicken in years. So I'm not in a position to answer. Got to disappear for 30 seconds and get my sherry out of the fridge. Deary me. Chicken in charge. Keep you all in line. All right, sharing. Are you going to share the bingo card because it's party night? Oh, for fuck's sake, what am I doing? Honestly. Maraschino liqueur, that's what I want. Get my naked maraschino. That's a Moretto. Naked maraschino. Just for the innuendo. And rye whiskey. Rye whiskey. Oh yeah, there's the bingo card. I've had the Silver Fox action for a long time. I get what you're saying. I've just let it grow out. I use these images to do Ken Burns effect. Maybe Angster Bitters there as well. I'll do that picture again. Okay. Once more with feeling, as they say. Okay. Yep, okay, let's make this sucker. Okay. Put this glass here. 2 ounce, half ounce, half ounce. Get the lids off in preparation, and the sugar in that one's rendered the lid a bit stuck. That's what happens when you don't wipe the lid, and I don't wipe the lid. Little bits of sugar get in it and it gets stuck. Okay. All right, let's maybe do that. Bring this around, make it a bit brighter. Okay. Oh! Ooh, got that out of my system. Right. Right, yes, I'll just get ready. What the hey? Big 2 ounces of rye. I got my overproof rye going on here as well. Get boozed up early in the night. Right, let's just make this. I just want to check something over here in computer land. Oh, chicken in charge, look out. Okay. This was just checking how they recommend serving it. It's up. Okay. Serve it up. Hello, honey. Chicken's in charge while I make the video. Oh, god damn it. What am I doing here? Okay. That's all good. Is that really right? That doesn't look right. I'll do that, I think. Okay. It's making me paranoid. If it ends up with this, not sure why I did it in that order, but I'm going to do it in this glass, which I haven't used for a while, just to mix things up. Oh, wait. We're going to put ice in there. Come on. Let's crunch that bit of ice up. See, the rest of my ice in my little thermos. Fuck, I don't have my fucking stirrer. Jesus! I swear to God, it just keeps going on. Okay, chicken's really in charge. Leaving the room for 30 seconds. Oh, getting super annoyed with myself, forgetting things. That's okay. Alright. Let's do this. And we'll stir. That tastes pretty gosh darn good. Alright, double check the framing of that. Alright. And we strain that in. Alright, that's done. Oof, that was nearly a disaster. Alright, put this aside. Now I have to do the talky bits, which I won't stumble over because I'm making it up as I go along. Alright. Do-do. That looks about right. Oh, wait, I'm going to take a picture of this before I do anything else. Oh. It's maraschino, not amaretto. Okay. Okay, buddy. Right. That back there again, and that's ready to go. That's ready to go. We're ready to go. Okay. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. This cocktail is called the Ken Burns effect. And to me, the ingredients harken back like to the 1800s with the improved whiskey cocktail. It's not exactly that, but it gives me that vibe. And taste-wise, ooh, lovely, rich, boozy flavors, nicely balanced. And the Ken Burns effect, if you've never heard of it, is actually a film technique named after the filmmaker who popularized it, the documentarian Ken Burns. It's essentially zooming and tracking and panning on. Oh, fuck. I lost my fucking voice. Fuck. Hate that. If you've never heard of the Ken Burns effect, it's If you've never heard of the Ken Burns effect, it's a film and video technique that's named after the person who popularized it, the documentarian Ken Burns. It's essentially tracking, panning, zooming on still images to create a feeling of movement when there's no actual movement there. This was used in his Civil War documentary because, of course, there were only still images of the Civil War, and it's to stop it just being a series of stills. He used camera movement across still images to breathe a bit of life and to give focus to different parts of the image. For instance, you might use that effect to try and draw attention to which ingredients are in this cocktail, namely rye whiskey, sherry, and maraschino liqueur. You might use the effect to draw attention to the ingredients of this cocktail, like rye whiskey, maraschino, and sherry, along with Angostura bitters. If you only had still images of someone making the cocktail, you could use the Ken Burns effect to track along and show they're pouring 2 ounces of rye whiskey into a mixing glass, then half an ounce of sherry, and following that with half an ounce of maraschino liqueur. The final touch is to add 1 dash of Angostura bitters. The Ken Burns effect is great at creating a mood with still images. And honestly, the Ken Burns effect cocktail, great for setting a mood and kicking back and having a drink. Cheers. And this also almost has a tobacco flavor in it. It's weird. It's weird. Okay, I'm going to sit down and talk now after that foolishness. Oofed. And probably going to make 1 or 2 more short videos tonight. Might talk through what they are. I think I want to make a green chartreuse one. Probably Le Mot Denier. All right, putting lids on things. Lids on things. Mildly tempted to leave chicken in charge because I think chicken in charge has their shit together more than I do. Oh, yes. Dr. Abigail, I think you picked up what I was laying down. The editing of the video will heavily use the Ken Burns effect. Yes. I went for... It's basically as soon as I saw there was a cocktail called the Ken Burns effect, I wanted to shoot a video using the Ken Burns effect. So that's why I was taking a couple of pictures. And also, even in video, I can obviously do freeze frames in video and then do tracking shots. Hey, Justin, how you doing? And that sherry is a really strong flavor. It's like really standing up to this high proof rye whiskey. Just a teeny bit of sherry. Might do the mystery bottles tonight. I don't actually know what's in those. Little samples of who knows what. I mean, I don't know. That kind of sounds like a fun idea, that I try and taste and see if I can even tell what type of spirit they are. Not trying to guess the exact thing, but just like, is that a whiskey or is that a rum? Because I'm shit at that sort of thing. And yes, Justin, I think if you've been on the internet at all this week, you would have seen both references in news stories and memes to the game controller that was used to control that submersible. New product in the supermarket near you. Billionaire paste. Made at great ocean depths, where we crush billionaires into paste with several atmospheres of pressure. The fishies feeding well down there. That's all I'm going to say. I see some reference to someone going, we may never find the body. Yeah, there's no bodies. If they were at such a depth that the stupid fucking thing imploded under the pressure, they were pulverized into paste the second that happened. And the component elements are just fucking dispersing through the ocean, being eaten by fishies. Most use they've ever fucking been. Yes, I hate billionaires because they're all exploitative motherfuckers. These people go, you're just jealous, man. You're a hater. Well, I do hate billionaires. I'll be completely fucking open. Yes. Dr. Abigail, I feel like doing it. Was it Reverend Lovejoy's wife, Helen Lovejoy, in The Simpsons? Won't somebody think of the billionaires? Now I just want one of the ones, although they've kind of stopped doing it. There was that phase where they all wanted to be in a rocket going into orbit. I'd get a good fucking laugh if a couple of them did a Challenger space shuttle. Just saying. Just saying. Justin, you think the founder got what he deserved? Depends how quickly the sub imploded, because honestly, it wouldn't have taken me long if I was the passenger realizing I was going to die. It wouldn't have taken me long to wreak some revenge on the founder, because, there's never going to be any witnesses, is there? Speaking of exploitative, need some trashy TV. And a friend suggested The Ultimatum, Queer Love, and you can't stop watching. I'm not familiar with it, but I tell you, not that I don't watch any of these shows, but I see them. I was super disappointed to find out there was a show called F-Boy Island, and it was one of these dating things. And when I first saw it, and because they were talking about it was going to be controversial, I thought, is this going to be Femboy Island? And it's just this whole sort of queer orgy island. But no, the F boy was for fuckboy, which is far less interesting. I'm just thinking of, you could have all the fetish stuff, the femboys, with the cat ears and the maid outfits. Yes, Justin, I know the implosion would have happened too fast for anyone to react. We just don't know when it happened. How many hours or days after they got fucking lost did it happen? It could have been quite quick. Like the reason contact was lost with the submersible is there may have just been a catastrophic failure, and it straight away went into a dive, which fairly limited amount of time till it fucking imploded. But there's a million things that could have happened. They could have been alive for days before the implosion. It may have only been hours. We'll never know because they didn't have any safety equipment on there. Didn't have any equivalent of a black box or anything like that. So we'll never know what happened. Apart from knowing they all did. All right, so Dr. Abigail is a trashy reality romance, but for lesbians. Well, that's only fair that the lesbians get to be trashy as well. Can't all be role models. I mean, that seems more fitting if they had days. Maybe they were in complete darkness, slowly freezing, slowly getting harder to breathe, and then getting squelched. Honey, they are never going to find any meaningful remains. The fucking thing imploded. Everything in it got pulverized. So we are never finding any meaningful debris. We are never going to know what happened. It's just, they become the poster boys for fuck around and find out, I guess. You can spend years doing wacky shit on the ocean and not have anything go wrong. But the ocean is vast, unknown, and dangerous. And one slip up and fuck up. Yes, one of the billionaires had his son on as well. I assume he's heir as well. And they both died. One of the aunties is shit-talking the dad, saying the son was scared of the idea and didn't want to go, but his dad leaned on him, and so the son did it. To keep the dad happy. Justin, I think many people would agree a quick death with no warning is better than a slow, painful death. But depending what happened, I mean, like asphyxiation can be slow and painless. You can just fall asleep. It can also be awful and distressing. And like I said, if I was on there would have been some fucking retribution on the founder before I lost consciousness, if I had the opportunity. So I think, see, Dr. Abigail, I think they're very nice fish food, basically. They were instantly turned into paste, and that would have spread quite quickly through the ocean, giving the fishies some very different food. They, oh, this is tasty. I've never had this before. I wonder what this is. And the orcas tell all the fishies, we can get you more. We're on the fucking warpath. So That's the other funny thing. The orcas sinking yachts. Jesus, that's funny. And it was like some dickhead writing a thing. I think it was in the Atlantic magazine in the US, going, "Oh, orcas aren't our friends." It's like, oh, shut the fuck up, dude. We're having fun. We're having fun. It just, an unusual number of boat sinkings courtesy of orcas. We're having fun pretending it's an orchestrated class struggle, okay? Shut the fuck up with your boring, that's not what's happening, actually. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. No one cares. Bit insensitive. Safa, fuck them all, okay? Fuck them all. The Sun had just not yet had the opportunity to inflict exploitation on the world. It was coming. You know what? It's that fucking simple. These people fucking suck. Not going to shy away for a second on, when at the same time there's a refugee boat with hundreds of people going missing, and there was no effort put in to find them. All this effort for these fucking billionaires is bullshit. Oh yeah. Oh, Dr. Abigail, you actually reminded me of something. There was you can find all sorts of books for free online, and I mean legally. Obviously, you can find a lot of books online for free illegally as well. I'm talking about legally. Some websites, particularly if it's a series, they'll put the first one or couple in a series online for free in the hope that you'll be hooked and you'll buy the later ones in the series. And there was one website in particular that I read a bunch of. It's called the Baen Library, BAEN, and there's a lot of politically conservative speculative fiction. And one of the things there's particular writers love doing was alternate histories. And there was one that I quite enjoyed. It was like this little town from West Virginia is transplanted into the middle of the 100 Years' War, and them trying to exist in that world and whatnot. And when things settle down, it's like they're teaching the people from this era, which is, I forget how many years ago. Is it 400 years ago? I don't remember how long ago it was set. But they're teaching the people some technology. And one person tries to build a diving suit that you can dive at depths. And so, like, he's able to put something together that's like of the technology, like from the early 20th century, those ones you see where the diver has that big steel helmet and the suit's like this heavy cloth suit, and there's a hose attached to it and going to pump. And so he's doing this for royalty somewhere, because it's a period where royalty's in charge everywhere. And they're testing out this diving suit, and the diver's going down to quite a depth, like plenty enough to be crushed by the pressure. I think, again, I'm not an expert. I think a diving bell was the name for like the submersibles, like a bathysphere. But you may well be right, Dr. Abigail. But yeah, it's like big metal helmet and very heavy cloth suit, hose attached to the helmet. And it's not just giving them air to breathe, it's pumping air back and forth, but it's also providing countervailing pressure so the diver doesn't get crushed by the pressure. And in one of the test runs, the diver is at quite a depth, like where it's more than enough to crush you in an instant, and something goes wrong with the pump, reverses something, and there's a pressure loss, and the diver's killed basically instantly. And when they dredge him back up. It's like this description is like, because of the pressure, he was instantly mostly smashed up into the helmet. Like he was just pulverized and smashed up into the metal helmet, because the metal helmet was strong enough to resist the pressure, but the suit wasn't. And at first, the future person thinks he's in terrible trouble because this went wrong, and the king or a prince is disappointed it went wrong, but he's very interested. He now thinks this could be a good execution method if he has to execute someone, because very sort of he believes it would be a good deterrent if people see what happens to someone who gets crushed like this. They'll be less likely to cross the royal family. So that's what you made me think of, Dr. Abigail, the book I read years ago. So yeah, that's a whole thing. All right. Where did I put my phone? Did I leave it over here? I'm just going to look at something on it. All right. First, I just want to do that. Yeah, so, okay, my Trello. Look at James Cameron on Titan Submersible Depths. Impossible for me to process. Well, it was not good, was it? Okay, so things I might make to make. So I've made Ken Burns effect. Denier more. I think I'll make that. Last word variation. Bosun Bird is also last word variation. So maybe in Division Bell was. Why have I got so many last word variations? It's a chorus girl. Gin, Vermouth, Italicus. Might make that. Maybe, baby. Well, who knows? Megaleech might be doing something family-ish. Don't hold it against people who have a life. We shall see. See if I can get an inspiration. A hazelnut espresso martini. All right, I've been looking at these. That's a thing I was thinking of. Oh, apparently the Olympic Games were founded on this day. And it's also Alan Turing's birthday. Drinking an Olympic. What's in an Olympic? Cognac, orange curacao, orange juice, gross. I hate orange juice in cocktails. Classic and vintage cocktails. Brooklyn Martinez. 20th century. So what's this guy's recipe for a Martinez? I know, there's all sorts of things you can do with a family. Having dinner with a family, making family, taking out someone else's family. These are all possibilities. Martinez, Geneva, sweet vermouth, dry vermouth, orange curacao. Okay. Maybe. Hall of Fame. I'm really just looking for an excuse to make an old-fashioned style cocktail, honestly. Añejo old-fashioned? You got a bit of wind chill happening in Canberra, Justin. 7, but feels like 1.8. We've had not like Canberra, but we have had a couple cold mornings. You know, winter. What are we? 11 feels like 8, so not bad. Oh God, what is the weather for the next week? Ooh, very low maximums, 13, 14, 15. But the minimums aren't that much lower, between 7 and 10. It's really brutal when you get a really low minimum and the maximum doesn't pick up much either. And if it's raining, it's so fucking bleak. How do people live in England? That's what I want to know. Where it's raining all winter and hardly any light. That's too much, man. Añejo tequila. God, I might even do that. Don't think I've done an añejo old-fashioned on my cocktail channel. I have made one. It's very yummy. What are we doing? What channel? Okay, that is my cocktail channel. Oh. Okay. What are we doing? You know what? There is a real market for whiskey-focused channels on YouTube. People are, particularly Americans and bourbon, they're fucking obsessed. They just it's a whole weird thing. Even me, who likes booze, thinks the way they obsess over it is a bit goddamn weird. It's my channel. Videos. And yeah. Did I? Tequila cocktail. Tequila cocktail aged in a barrel. Il Padrino. Chocolate tequila Alexander. I'm looking at all the tequila cocktails I've made. Nouveau Carré. Conference. Pisco. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, that's interesting. All right. So God, those were weird glasses I used to wear. Get different glasses all the time. They look very weird. So it's like, I don't know, Justin. I don't know the history of Canberra well enough to know, and I don't know weather and whatnot, things well enough to know if Lake Burley Griffin could change the weather that much. I honestly have no idea if that's a thing. Could be. I don't know. This is fucking weird. Well, it's fucking weird. What can I say? Yes, the small circular black glasses that I haven't worn for ages. I just looked at an old video with them on and I went, man, those are fucking weird glasses that I wore for a year or so. But I don't know. They certainly make a statement, those glasses. And in fact, at the optometrist, they were super excited that I was getting them. They were like, yeah, these fucking rock. I'm glad you're getting them. I think more people should get them. Didn't want to say anything at the time. They were weird glasses. They really were. And I was kind of conscious that they were weird glasses, but I thought, oh, something for a change. And I'm just going like, God damn. Yes, Justin Aidsy was born on the shores of Lake Burley Griffin. Adrian Collier of the Clan Collier. So yes, he was Canberra born and bred. Not sure how long his folks had been there, but he was born there, went to school there, escaped to go to college at the same place that I went, in Bathurst. But yes. That's the other. Okay, I need to script that video. I need to scripted the video for Aidsy cocktails, the Code Grey and the Devil's Sazerac. I don't think, Justin, I don't think he was literally born on the shores of Lake Burley Griffin. I believe that's a metaphor for being born in Canberra. Sorry, that just triggered off a whole chain of thoughts in my head, things I've been watching. I watch a few videos on YouTube that deal with philosophy and science and the intersection of science and philosophy. A lot of them are very interesting. Some of them, a couple recently, and I sound in my own head like a grumpy old fucker, but they were done by quite young people, and I mean like in their 20s. And one was done by a young guy and one was done by a young girl, and my God, they were so off the fucking mark. Like, they weren't absolutely terrible, but they both did the thing where they made an assertion that they just stated as a self-evident truth and then just followed it up with a bunch of really shallow observations. And it's like, what? Because they just fucking started saying something, and I was like, no, that's not real. To be fair, I have some of the very intelligent older people, I believe, have been guilty of the same thing. Someone I bring up reasonably often, Sabine Hossenfelder. She's a astronomer, like she's very qualified in physics and astronomy. But sometimes she just says stuff and it's like, what? And let alone when she was talking about autism and being transgender, and she was making some really dodgy points. But there was one, I guess, which is a bit less controversial than that. She was essentially talking about free will and the nature of reality, and like, does free will exist? Because you get these different scientific and philosophical arguments over whether free will exists or not. And when she sort of laid the boundaries of what is free will, I was just instantly, that's not free will, or it's not what I mean by free will. It's like, when I say free will, I mean things do not predetermine my decision. Like, my every action and decision is not completely predetermined before it happens. It's limited by everything that's happened previously. And I forget exactly how she said it, but it was like bringing in mathematics and whatnot. And I was just like, but that's not free will. And that's not what most people mean colloquially by free will. Because to most people, when you say free will is an illusion, how I feel like how most people take that is like, I just reached out and picked up this glass, but I had no choice in the matter. It was absolutely predetermined prior to me doing it, and nothing could have stopped that from happening. And that's not how she phrased it. And again, to me, the way she phrased it made the entire discussion pointless. I was just like, but that's not free will, and that's not what people generally understand as free will. And so I just don't shit usually after that, because you're just arguing from a point that has no meaning to me. But again, I'm saying this about someone who's way smarter than me, just like freakish smarter than me. But I guess a good illustration, in my opinion at least, people who are very smart can still make mistakes. Oh my God, I'm getting the warning that my internet's flaky. So I don't know if I'm going to drop frame rates or cut out completely. It's weird that still happens. I used to think that only happened because while I was doing streams, I also had two young'uns online gaming up this end of the house. And they're not here anymore. Although, mind you, I know Mrs. Angry is just playing Zelda on the Twitch. The Twitch? The Switch. The Twitch. Yeah, that's a whole thing. All right, well, it's pixels. I think there should be more pixels now. That was, I think that was a temporary lack of pixels. Oh, so although I think Mrs. Angry's lad was doing potentially some online gaming, so that might be a thing. So hopefully that was just a temporary little internet bandwidth glitch, and it won't happen again. But you know, who the heck knows? All right, so I think I might make the añejo old-fashioned, just because I feel like an old-fashioned, and why not? Or I could get in there and look at one of my cocktail books, which I haven't done for a little while. I mean, you know, that seems like a reasonable thing to do, quite honestly. Let me see. Okay, what's an M&M cocktail? Montenegro and mezcal. God, that sounds a bit fucking brutal, quite honestly. What makes an old-fashioned? Muddled fruit version. Ugh. No, we don't want that. We don't want any of that foolishness. Ooh, what do we... Wait, what happened to my friggin' Discord? Okay. Discord's being weird. Oh, Jesus, I wondered what the fuck you were doing with this image at first, Justin, until I read the full prompt. It, for a moment, seemed very dodgy to me, but I got the meaning of it in the end. So, dear. This is a woman giving birth on the shores of Lake Burley Griffin. That one's weird. whatever the hell that baby's in. Oh, yes. There's a happy mother with a baby with a smeared face. It's actually in the Lake Burley Griffin. What's this one? All right. So the mother is like she's just given birth. I like to think that's what Aidsy looked like as a newborn baby, actually. Just that thoroughly perturbed facial expression. Coming into the world pissed off about things. What's this one? The babies' faces are so weird in all of them. But that's almost like an artistic one there. Giving birth on the shores of Lake Burley Griffin. Yeah, tequila. Ugh, do I want to go and get my agave? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, consult one of the secret texts here. Death and Co book. I feel like I haven't opened this in ages. Oh, I had this page bookmarked. What's on here? Hadley's Tears. Rum, Geneva, Galliano, absinthe, sugar syrup, bitters. Honestly, that sounds pretty good. Rum and Geneva. Howl on the Hill. Rum, vermouth, Fernet Branca, yellow chartreuse, and absinthe. Unwritten rule: the name of any drink we create containing Fernet Branca needs to reference San Francisco. Fernet and rum usually go great together, especially rum from Venezuela, where it's common to mix it with Amaro. Aged rum, another rum, sweet vermouth, Fernet Branca, yellow chartreuse. Hispaniola. Tea-infused white rum, lime sugar, cane syrup, ginger syrup. Old Ironsides, black rum. Sweet vermouth, amaretto. Batavia Arak, tea-infused sweet vermouth. Pina colada, deconstruction. Pineapple flor de cana. Coconut liqueur. Coconut water. Cane syrup. That's interesting, putting coconut water in there. That was a pretty good page to open on. Honestly. Oh, wait, why did I close that? I should not have closed that. I want to see. Why won't you let me live, Marge? Why won't you let me live? Going to my channel. Looking at the videos. Okay, so what I have put on recently? Oh, that just opened the whole thing. Okay, why not? All right. The Horse's Neck, a tall drink. Blood of My Enemies. Which again, kick-ass name for a drink. Blood of My Enemies. daiquiri, vermouth, cognac, then a week of martinis. This is a challenge. What am I gonna do? Dang, re-stolen at the moment. I need to do. Okay, I'm going to do a random thing here. Popular. Yeah. Do. So I'm just looking for inspiration at the moment. Popular mojito, espresso martini, Pim's pina colada, vine bear. 50 most popular cocktails in the world. Okay. Airmail. Champagne topped daiquiri. Southside, which I like. Hanky Panky. Rum Old Fashioned. Army and Navy. Caipirinha. Old Cuban. Aviation. Sidecar. A Bramble. A Cosmopolitan. Vicaire. Painkiller. I'm reaching in my pocket for a painkiller. I just always hear that drum and bass track when someone mentions the cocktail Painkiller. Apparently there's a whole bunch of songs called Painkiller, and I think of that particular drum and bass track, which is one of the less known, I think. Vodka Martini, Mezcal Margarita, Naked and Famous, Gin Basil Smash, Porn Star Martini, Dark and Stormy, Bee's Knees, Zaambe Corpse Reviver, Pina Colada, Sazerac, Gin Fizz, Jungle Bird, Amaretto Sour, Clover Club, Gimlet, Americano, Mai Tai, Boulevardier, Last Word, Mojito, French 75, Bloody Mary, Paloma, Pisco Sour, Moscow Mule, Penicillin, Aperol Spritz, Manhattan, Whiskey Sour, Dry Martini, Daiquiri, Espresso Martini, Margarita, Old Fashioned, and Negroni. It's a pretty predictable list and is not giving me any inspiration whatsoever because it's so goddamn obvious. Damn it. All right, I think I am going to make this last word variation. And just refresh my memory. Last word served up, isn't it? Yes. Okay. So, my Denier Mort, Cognac and Calvados in place. Oh, wait. Cognac, Calvados. All right. Gets rid of the maraschino liqueur. Okay. There is almost definitely a Harambe-inspired cocktail. It's not necessarily going to be good, but we're on the internet, so let's just go Harambe cocktail. Oh, that's harsh. You want to know what came up first when I searched Harambe cocktail? A corpse reviver. That's harsh. That is really harsh. Yes, dicks out for Harambe. I fondly remember that period. Apparently Disney has one called the Harambe Cooler. 34 drinks out for Harambe. Oh gosh. ASMR YouTuber oh no! What? ASMR YouTuber reenacts the death of Harambe. What the fuck is that? Good Lord. Honestly, I'm going to have to look at that. But there's a Pinterest thing, drinks out for Harambe ideas. So Disney drink, Harambe Cooler. So it's rum, and fruit punch. So that's pretty boring. Okay, I need to look at this article. ASMR YouTuber reenacts the death of Harambe. For the uninitiated, ASMR, short for Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response, poorly understood phenomenon described by those who experience it as a feeling of brain tingles, usually triggered by soft speech, crinkling or tapping sounds, or close personal attention. Some ASMR videos are benign collections of noises. Others feature role-playing elements. So this person the YouTube name was Blue Whisper. They refer to Harambe as Big Buddy while staring straight into the camera. So you're Harambe in this video. It ends with Blue Whisper promising you that you'll be sent to a sanctuary and integrated with a new tribe. It's sort of unclear if this is her attempt to rewrite death through fiction or more of an allusion to great big gorilla enclosure in the sky. Okay, that sounds super fucking strange. Cocktails out for Harambe. It's just a meaningless collection of cocktails, and I fucking hate Pinterest. If I mentioned that recently, I really, really hate Harambe. Jesus, that was a whole fucking roller coaster. Drinking some water to did I get confused just after I said it? I thought, did I accidentally say I hate Harambe? No, that was my brain wandering. That was a senior moment right there. I hate Pinterest. I hate Pinterest with a passion. I have no strong feelings one way or the other about Harambe, but I hate Pinterest a lot. Jesus, that was a real senior moment. But anyway, what are you going to do? These things happen. Right, I'm going to make my denouement, which is something I just invented, and I don't know if it'll be. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. That's my theory. It's going to be good. But we'll see. Yes, I hate Pinterest with a capital P. Bring this camera back over here. Put it in place. Move this over here. Put chicken in charge again, I guess, while I'm doing this. And in fact, I might put chicken in charge in a slightly different spot. So there. Is that okay, chicken? You good? You good? Okay. Okay, Dr. Abigail, why I hate Pinterest is like someone says they've got cocktail recipes, and I try and find, well, where's the fucking recipe? And it's just a bunch of fucking pictures, and I can just never find the recipe. So I don't use Pinterest because I tried to a couple times. Now I fucking hate it. Now, okay, I need to put a couple of things away. That there. Put this here. Put this back in the cupboard. Actually, while I'm in the cupboard, I need the green chartreuse. Not much left in this bottle, but fortunately, I have. Oh my god, chicken in charge is right in my face. Okay. I might actually move chicken in charge because it weirds me out when I look up and I don't see my face. I just see chicken in charge. So I'll put chicken in charge over here. Hey Pat, how you going, by the way? All right, so Agent Calvados. I might use this as well. And lemon juice. Okay. Got my shit together. Tonight, let the boring be said. Put that there and that there. Get my little GoPro happening. Dr. Abigail, that may well be true, but my brain does not like the way Pinterest works, and so I will not use it. I had too many bad experiences, and I'm not going to subject myself to it again. All right. Let's do that. That looks about right. All right. Right. Your 3/4 of an ounce equal parts. All right. To quote philosopher Matthew McConaughey. There we go. Yeah, Kanye. And finally, the lemon juice. Oh, lucky I got more lemons. Alrighty, let's do that. Now get myself some more ice. Ice, baby. First. Oops. One wavy piece of ice. One not slip on that. Put small ice in here, baby. Ice, baby. That's enough. That's enough for that. I use this same glass. Save on washing up, that's what I say. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? What's that doing? Jesus Christ, that just tastes like lemon juice. What the fuck? Why have I gone off citrus so much in cocktails? I used to make sours all the time. Okay. Right, so that's that done. Oh, goodness me. Ugh. Where did I put my phone this time? My God, I am so easily confused. It's quite disturbing. Ah, I put the book on top of it because I'm a goddamn idiot. Right. Alright. Turn this around. As they say in the disco era, turn the beat around. Actually, I'm going to get a full bottle to show off. Right. Now I've got disco songs stuck in my head. Suppose there are worse things in the world. Don't text me when I'm making a video. Don't try and do a boy look for the phone. In my defense, it was completely under a book that I put on it. Which is not a great defense, because that's just a stupid thing I did. Okay, so that's ready. This is ready. G'day, cocktail lovers. Guess who still has chartreuse and he's making last word variations? Oh, don't panic. Full bottle right here. For this variation, I used all French ingredients. Fucking car. For this variation, the spirits are all French, so I translated the name to the French, Derrière Moi. Here's how we make it. In our mixing glass, we put 3/4 of an ounce, about 22.5 mils of green chartreuse, then 3/4 of an ounce of cognac, follow that with 3/4 of an ounce of Calvados, and finally 3/4 of an ounce of lemon juice. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain it into a chilled coupe. Ooh, those flavors go together so well. You could improvise with other brandies and apple brandies, but your French touch, I liked it. Here is Le Dernier Mot. Cheers. I am going to have to edit the fuck out of it. Why did the lemon juice come on so strong in that? That is so weird. Life is weird. Life is weird. Okay, I may or may not make another video later on drink. Might get some good videos if I keep making them after I've had a couple of drinks. They get a bit loose. Get a bit loosey-goosey. We will see. All right, chicken in charge. Take a break. Good job managing things. I'll take it for now. Honestly, kind of looks like dirty water, like from a puddle or something. Really weird to me how the lemon juice is dominating that drink. I don't know why that would be, but that's kind of how it tastes to me. Oh well. What are you going to do? I'm going to keep drinking. See, another video I might make is tasting these. The mystery samples. Because I'm quite intrigued. I actually want to know I might do that next, actually. See if I can guess the mystery samples. They did promise to not do any doubles. They would check before they send it so they didn't do any doubles. So we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. This is not what I expected that drink to taste like. Not great. Not great is what I'm saying. What's in the last word? Lemon or lime? Lime. Maybe I should have put lime juice in it. God's sake. Too late now. I've done it. So, I should look. Google search might be better than Bing search. Harambe cocktail. No, it's the same one. A Disney drink. Harambe's. Oh, okay. Reddit. Of course, Reddit did it. If this isn't blacked out. Oh, gosh. Oh, ouch. Someone posted a cocktail that they called Harambe's Delight, and the top comment is one shot enough? To which someone replied, oh, too soon. So this person's saying 1.5 ounces of monkey shoulder blended scotch, which is, of course, perfect name. 3/4 of an ounce of sherry, 1/4 of an ounce of banana liqueur, and 2 dashes chocolate bitters, orange peel garnish. So whiskey, sherry, banana liqueur. So it's kind of in this weird mid-zone between an old-fashioned and a Manhattan. It actually sounds kind of interesting. I mean, I don't actually have monkey shoulder scotch here. Well, what can I say? I'm glad, and of course, Reddit did it. Glad someone did an actual Harambe cocktail. Safa, you keep saying that. Does that mean you want to join? Which is fine if you do. Oh my God. Oh no, sorry, that's on Bing. Again, I don't think I'll ever forgive Bing for when I search for the Harambe cocktail to give the top result of the Corpse Reviver. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. Okay, what else did Google return? Nope, that's not it. Where is it? Harambe's Delight, the Disney's Harambe Cooler, Harambe Iced Tea from the Dawa Bar, Harambe Margarita. Oh dear. But again, it was a little bit of a stroke of genius for the Reddit person who did the Harambe cocktail to make it with monkey shoulder whiskey. That's right, Dr. Abigail. You had monkey shoulder for a while. It's a really good mixing whiskey. It is a really good mixing whiskey. I'm doing that thing where I repeat myself. Jesus. For emphasis. That's another taste I want to do. I aged Starward Twofold in a barrel for 2 months, and I want to taste the difference. Thanks, Safa. We don't want to get content matched if you got the sports ball going. Which sports ball in particular are you watching? The AFL, or is it something else? Safa, a lot of people do traditionally talk about, winter being more whiskey and dark rum and that sort of thing, and summer being more the brighter drinks that have citrus in them and whatnot. Me, I just, do whatever whenever. I continue to be distressed as how this drink turned out nothing like I thought it would. Oh God. Safa multitasking, AFL on the TV and NRL on a tablet. Well, good for you, buddy. That's all I was saying. Oh, nice. You just got yourself a tablet. I've honestly, on and off for the last 5 or 6 years at least, thought a tablet might be a good idea. Just for times when I just want to be sitting back on a chair going with a bigger screen than my phone. But I've never convinced myself that I should get one. So, beard's getting longer again. I trimmed it really short a while back. Not as long as it was. We'll see how long it gets. Let's have a bit where we talk about angry grooming. Like, how long should I grow my hair? Because it's pretty goddamn long now. I think it's probably safe to say this is the longest my hair's ever been in my entire life. I grew it long once in my 20s. I don't think it grew this long. Maybe about this long. I don't know. Although it wasn't as because I've just let it all grow out. When I were a young'un, it was still relatively short back and sides. So, I mean, it wasn't quite a mullet, but it wasn't that far off it, honestly. It's really funny. Some people have said that this looks like a mullet because I brush all this back. So it could be very short. But it isn't. It's just as long on the back and on the top and on the sides as it is at the back. Well, so for Mrs. Angry is quite fine with both my long hair and grey hair. Obviously, I would cut it if she didn't like it, because I want Mrs. Angry to like how I look. But she's not really sure. Oh, neat. Okay, so Dr. Abigail, you've got a tablet for role playing. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right, Safa. With younger folk unironically having mullets. Not surprising. Yeah, if AFL guys do it, more people are going to. I see that a lot. Younger lads with unironic mullets. It's a whole thing. Which, as someone who lived through the 70s and 80s, it's very weird to see it come back. You've got a Windows 10 tablet. Is that a good or a bad thing? I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I'm not that familiar with tablets. Oh, Safa, no one cares about long hair in the office. No one cares about me wearing these. They like that I wear these shirts in the office, brighten things up. It's very uncommon for a person from Melbourne to wear bright things, but it's particularly uncommon for a man to wear flamboyant things. So always provokes comment from people that I'm wearing bright shirts. I'm the shirt guy. I don't have to have a personality. I'm the shirt guy. Okay. Have I made it sufficiently clear that I'm not really into how that cocktail turned out? Dang. You know what? I'm going to do the tasting thing. Oh, nice. So you have no idea who that is, Heine. Valtteri Bottas, an F1 driver, purposely has a mullet, follows Aussie mullet attitude. He's Finnish. Okay. Okay, so that OS, it's good. You can use it easier, get around more, install Windows. Runs a bit slow, it's less optimized. Okay, there you go. All right, I'm going to do, now you're going to see how bad I am at working out what a spirit is, because these are 6 mystery spirits. I'm just going to try and work out, like, if it's a white spirit, is that gin, vodka, or white rum? If it's a brown spirit, is that whiskey, brandy, or rum? I bet I get it wrong. It'd be really funny if I taste one and I'm picked that it's a very specific thing and I get it right. All right. Jesus, what was that? Was that just the ice? I thought I broke something. It was just a bit of ice I trod on it and snapped. All right. This will take a moment to set up. Oh, so I guess it's time for Chicken in Charge again, actually. All right. Just keep him in line, okay? Yeah, right. Keep him in line. Oh, God. Why are you being difficult, Chicken in Charge? There you go. You're in charge. Okay. You can go there. This will come around here. Just going to set all of this up. I get some shot glasses out. And I'll put some things away. Okay, so chartreuse goes in the cupboard. Brandy goes down here. Also, I still don't have the tax return I was expecting from the ATO, because I'm going to go absolutely feral with retail therapy when that comes through. All right, shot glasses. All right, that's good. I got 6 of the same shot glass. I am not going to do full shots of these, by the way. Jesus Christ, 6 shots, I'd be under the fucking table. It'll be one of those fall asleep on the stream nights. And we don't want that. All right, shot glasses. Get those set up. That's kind of all I want. All right, now I got to open these without seeing the labels. I'm going to point the labels to the GoPro. There's the label, all right. I don't know what that is. Don't know what that is. It's a mystery. God damn it. This one's stuck. Oh, it's a. Oh, okay, I opened it the wrong way. That's why it wouldn't come out. All right. Okay. All right. All right. All these little boxes. Put them out of the way. Put them out of the way. Yes, Dr. Abigail, breaking something on the live stream would be embarrassing. Oh, July, I almost looked at them. So that's all I want. This is very silly. But, you know, I hope people think it's fun if I'm being silly. Yes, Safa, you're just being irresponsible, trying to get me to be irresponsible. I'm going to take measured taste. Oh my god, I almost looked at them again. Damn it. So record. Not looking. Oops, we need this light. Okay, so that I still haven't seen. I have no idea what the labels say. Just recording that. All right, that'll do. Oh, come on, dude. What are you doing to me? All right, now this, you over here, this over here. Oh, it's actually running, is it? I'm an idiot. How did I do that? Okay, all right. G'day, cocktail lovers. I'm going to have a bit of fun today. I hope you're in the mood for some fun. I did an impulse purchase recently. The fine folk from whom I get my aging barrels, they're called White Possum. They also make their own liqueurs and they resell spirits and whatnot from other people, and they do sample packs. I got an email from them recently, and they said, oh, look, we cleaned out our storage and there's a bunch of stuff we forgot about, and now we want to sell it, so we're going to sell it really cheap. And they had these 30 ml samples of a bunch of different spirits, and they just said, hey, we'll sell them really cheap. And I thought, that sounds like fun. I'll get some mystery samples. I might discover something new I want a larger bottle of. And I thought it would be fun if I poured them out on camera and then tried to guess, I don't mean the exact sort of brand, bottle, etc. I mean just the spirit, because I think I'm super bad. So like, if it's a brown spirit, it's going to be either like whiskey, rum, or brandy. If it's a white spirit, it's going to be gin, vodka, or rum. I bet I get it wrong. Honestly, I'm terrible at this sort of thing. But I thought we could just have a bit of fun doing it. I set up the GoPro so it could see the labels. I haven't seen the labels. Each is labeled. I have no idea what's in them. I haven't looked. So if you look at what's left to right, that's what I'm going to taste. And so you'll get to see how good I am at doing this. So I could even, let me see, that's what I'm putting out first. I have no idea what it is. We'll pour it out. Wait, there's a stopper in here. Why is there a stopper in there? Okay. Pouring out the first one. Ooh, it's a brown one. It's a brown one. Going to give it a taste. Brown one. Okay, I'm gonna. It's whiskey. It's definitely whiskey. I'm such a mug if this is not whiskey. It's whiskey. It's definitely whiskey. It's not immediately familiar to me. It's got a bit of it. It might be all right. It might. Oh, Jesus! It might be relatively high proof. It is. It's overproof. Ord River rum. I knew I'd get it wrong, but it is overproof from the Hoochery Distillery. 56% ABV rum. That's why it tricked me into thinking it was whiskey. Also, I am useless at this sort of thing. Actually, I should get some water. So we are 0 for 1. 0 for 1. Get some water to cleanse my palate between tastes. Water to cleanse my palate between tastes. Okay. Number 2. We're going 0 for 1, which is honestly how I expected it to go. But let's go. Number 2. A white spirit. There you go. All right. Possibly a liqueur. It might be a liqueur. Okay, the nose is giving nothing away. Which, okay, again, straight up, that makes me think it might actually be a liqueur rather than a spirit. It's vodka. I'm going to go, this is vodka. Seacliff Vodka from Headlands Distilling in New South Wales. Okay, 1 out of 2. Pouring out number 3. That's another white spirit. Let's see. Again, that's giving nothing away. There is like no real aroma there. I'm saying vodka. Oh, wait. There's a little bit of sweetness on the end. It's actually quite floral. Possibly gin, but I'm going to stick with vodka. Lily Pilly Pink Gin from Manly Spirits. Okay, there you go. It didn't look pink. I did pick that it maybe was gin. It's not a juniper forward gin. It's a very floral gin. It's quite nice though. One from 3 so far. At least I predicted I'd be bad at this. Like, oh no, I was about to say, is this clear? Oh, okay. Visually, I'm thinking this might be a liqueur. There's a slightly sweet aroma on it. That's gin. It's definitely gin. That's an actual juniper gin. Original. It's a fucking whiskey. It's a fucking whiskey. Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot. That's the original single malt from Hellier's Road. Oh my God. I'm 1 from 4, okay? So let's go. Number 5. Okay, that's red. Okay, so that actually makes me think it's going to be a fruity gin, but very sweet aroma. Yeah, that's a fruity gin. Aqua Vitae raspberry. So I think Aqua Vitae is a bit obscure. I don't think I was that far off the mark by saying a fruity gin. Okay. Last one. I have to get this right to get even a 50% success rate for guessing the type of spirit. Anyway. God, this is purple. Okay. I'm going to straight up go, that's a gin, purple gin. That's going to be butterfly peat flower. I'm almost definitely sure of that. That's either a lavender liqueur or a gin. Mystery gin from Hunter Distillery. Yeah, although there's no detail on here, I'm betting the purple is from butterfly pea flower extract. It's very sweet. It's quite nice. Anyway, did I or did I not say at the start of this, I am very bad at these blind tastings. I literally only guessed the correct spirit half the time. I thought a whiskey was a gin. I can kind of forgive myself with the overproof rum tricking me into thinking it might be a whiskey, but thinking a whiskey was a gin? My God, just never trust me on anything, okay? I think that's the message we can take away from this. I hope you had fun watching me completely bollocks this up. In my defense, I did say up front I was very bad at this, and this just confirmed it. Really? A bit of fun. I hope you had fun watching, and I hope you come back and see me again sometime. But for now, I will say cheers. Oh my God. Oh, I am so bad at that. I know. How do I make nice cocktails when I can't? It's just terrible. It's just terrible. I just thought of something else, actually. Where's the barrel age? What did I do with it? Did I put it in here? Did I put it down here? God, now I don't even know what to do with things. Oh, that's there. Okay. Cool. Bonus tasting. Is that still going? Sorry, I think I switched this off. All right. I'm going to put my audio recorder back on. Dylan, come on, let's go. Bonus tasting comparison, which it ties in with the Good Folk bonus tasting comparison, which ties in with the Good Folk at White Possum with these barrels. I recently decided to age this whiskey, Starward Twofold. It's like their entry-level blended whiskey. And I left it in one of my barrels, which had various cocktails in it. And I left it in the barrel for 2 months. Now, in my recent blind tasting of 16 different whiskeys, this did end up in the final 4. It's like the cheapest of my Australian whiskeys, but it made it to the final 4. And I thought it might be fun to see what it's like after 2 months in a barrel. First note, really different visually. It's gotten much darker. So I'm assuming a lot of the old cocktail color has been absorbed into the barrel and has transferred to this. But I'm going to do a taste comparison to see if it tastes better or more interesting, to see if it was worth waiting those 2 months. Man, I'm gonna be a little bit drunk by the time I taste this. Look at that, super different. Just to refresh my memory, I'm going to taste straight from the bottle twofold. It's a really nice, light, sweet whiskey. It's very easy to drink. And if you're in Australia, this seems to have gotten cheaper recently, just by the by. Palate cleanser. Now, how different is it being barrel aged or barrel finished for 2 months? That is really interesting. It's really noticeably different. It's actually softened it. The flavors are a bit deeper. It's picked up almost like a vermouth fruitiness. God knows what I had in that barrel. I lose track. I put so many different things through the barrels. It really does make a difference. I don't know that it's necessarily better, but it makes a difference, and it's an interesting exploration. Also, the thing I want to note, although I just poured a little bit out, the Angel's share came into it. If you've never heard of that, it's basically when whiskey is in a barrel, a certain amount is going to be either absorbed by the wood or evaporate. So there will be less comes out than you put in. And I think it lost like almost 100 mils out of a 750 ml bottle to the Angel share over 2 months. So that's going to be one of the factors that have affected the taste. But interesting experiment. I might try it again with another spirit or liqueur. But there you go. I'm always trying new things. It's time to light the lights. It's time to sit down and stop talking shite. It's time to put on makeup. That's all good. Where's my water? I need some water. Oh. So how is Chicken in Charge? Did you do a good job, Chicken in Charge? Good on you. What are we? Okay. Coming up on 10. Heine giving me a golf clap. Thank you, dude. So that blind tasting of the little samples was exactly the debacle I expected it to be. Namely, that I can't even tell what fucking spirit I'm drinking. Jesus Christ, I only got it right half the time. And seriously, thinking a single malt whiskey is a fucking gin. Honestly. That was the embarrassing one. Thanks, Heine. So, what did I do? Okay, so Hoochery Overproof Rum I thought was whiskey, and I kind of forgive myself because the overproof nature, that really was very strong. I'm not that mad that I thought that was whiskey. Vodka, I guessed. Seacliff vodka, I guess that was vodka. And next up, Lily Pilly Pink Gin. I thought that might have been a vodka with floral botanicals in it. It's very lightly flavored. Was not junipery at all. So I don't feel so bad that I thought that was a kind of floral gin, floral vodka rather than a gin. Then we have the low point of the whole tasting. Hellier's Road Original Single Malt, 46% ABV, and I thought it was fucking gin. Honestly, what a clown! What an absolute clown! And this one, Raspberry Aquavitae. Aquavitae is distilled spirit. I think because that's so boutique, it's not. I was not outrageously wrong to say it was a fruity gin. And yeah, the final one. I guess the final one was a gin. Mystery Gin from Hunter Distillery in New South Wales. So kind of got like yeah, no, I was only 50% success rate, basically. Yikes. And only one, but of the ones I got wrong, I'm only super embarrassed by one. Thinking the Hellier's Road single malt whiskey was a gin. That's embarrassing. That is full on embarrassing. Also, not entirely unexpected. I expected to embarrass myself with that. So, yeehaw, it came true. Fucking it. Oh my God. What even am I doing with my life? It's a fucking whole thing, isn't it? Deep sigh. Honestly, another time I might make that French last word again, but with lime juice, because I genuinely did not like how it tasted. And the lemon juice really dominated the flavor. I should have made it with lime juice. Say, Livy, this is what happens when you don't workshop things where you just go, I've got an idea. I'm going to do it and record it. And it's going to be done. Things don't always work. So, yeah. Maybe I can consult the good book. My Bible. Rum. Stirred rum drinks. Sling of Aphrodite. Rum agricole. Pear brandy. Apple juice. Lemon juice. Cinnamon syrup. Shake on ice. I am I am actually much more disposed to stirred drinks as opposed to shaking. Bamboo. That sounds rude. Calling something bamboo. That's a bit rude. What's in a bamboo? Rum, Demerara syrup, vanilla syrup, Peychaud's bitters, Abbott's bitters, Jerry Thomas bitters. So that's a rum old fashioned with 2 different sorts of syrup and 3 different sorts of bitters. You know what? I'm gonna fucking try that. I might do it with whiskey though. Ooh. That's kind of fucking inspired me. I need to make a good old fashioned. This won't be for a video. I'll just be making it, but with different syrups and different spirits and different bitters. Yeah, I'm going to do that. See, that's the thing. You could do that, Dr. Abigail. Go through my cocktail books, swap rum and whiskey and recipes. I would never know. I would never know. I would be so easy to fool, quite honestly. It's ridiculous. Oh no, I would never know. How would I tell the difference? I wouldn't. Like literally, you could forget about the cocktail books. You could sneak to the bottles there and you could swap some of the whiskey bottles with rum and whatnot. I'd never know. I would never know. Because I'm a goddamn idiot. And inexplicably, I did not win the $100 million lotto last night. One person did, and it's probably going to fuck up their life. I hope it doesn't. I hope it's just good for them and they do good things. But yes, a number of studies show that people who suddenly get lots of wealth, it tends to fuck up their life. Inexplicably, it wasn't me, so I didn't do that. But whatever, universe not just giving me $100 million, whatever. I actually joined a work syndicate because some guy went, "Oh, it's $100 million. Let's do a syndicate." And I was going, "Oh God, well now I have to be part of that," because just the idea of someone at work setting up a syndicate and me not being part of it and them winning, it's too much. I couldn't cope. I could not cope if I had the opportunity to be part of a syndicate that won and I chose not to be in that syndicate and then they won. I genuinely couldn't deal with that. So I bought into it. We obviously didn't win first division. Won some minor prizes and the dude's rolling it over into Saturday night is meant to be something. What's Saturday night? I'm going to have a look. Be a news thing here somewhere. Saturday, 30 million. Okay. Which is, kind of pissy compared to 100 million. But, it could be a whole thing. So, the funny thing is if, oh, right. Okay, cool. So the funny thing is if, that work thing won the 30 million, and even if we were the sole winner, that wouldn't be enough for me that wouldn't be enough money for me to quit, because it would be less than $1 million, which would fucking kick ass, quite honestly, would take all the stress away from my life. But it's not so much that I could just go, I can retire now. I would actually need to keep working. It would just make my life kind of stress-free and whatnot. It's like not enough to buy a fucking house in Melbourne. It just isn't. But it would be enough to not stress. So, but also I'm not going to win. So fuck it. I forget what we're missing here. Heidi is saying there's a lake which is holy in Russia. It used to be shared with Finland. Finland lost it because they sided with Germany in WW2. Yeah, some dodgy fucking shit happened in WW2. And honestly, some people made very questionable decisions, and in some cases it was because of their relationship with or antagonism towards the Soviet Union, and in some cases it was because of their relationship with or antagonism towards the British Empire. I'm thinking of India and Ireland in that one. There were some people in India who thought Hitler sounded like an okay guy because he was fighting with the British, and the British were oppressors who had killed millions of Indians over the years. And the Irish remained neutral in World War II because they didn't want to side with Hitler, but also fuck the English. Yes. If you want to buy a house, get a job that pays more money. You sound like the chairman of the Reserve Bank, who literally, I'm just saying, when the revolution comes, okay? That's all I'm saying. It's a phrase I've always loved since I saw it in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, when they're trying to explain the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation, who gave their androids genuine people personalities, which resulted in Marvin the Paranoid Android. And the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation described in a jingle their androids as your plastic pal who's fun to be with. And the Hitchhiker's Guide describes them as a bunch of mindless jerks who'll be first against the wall when the revolution comes. With a footnote to the effect that there's a vacancy for correspondent in the cybernetics division of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. And coincidentally, as the voice says, an edition of Encyclopedia Galactica from the future that fell through a wormhole back to the present also described the marketing department of Sirius Cybernetics as a bunch of mindless jerks who were first against the wall when the revolution came. Oh, God. So you were quoting Joe Hockey, but the current chairman of the Federal Reserve is saying that same shit with the way they keep raising interest rates. It's like, well, just go and get another job. If the cost of living is fucking destroying you, just go and get another job. He's a piece of shit. Oh, Justin, you have a cousin who's trans. Well, you are an awesome dude, and I expect you to be a wonderful, supportive cousin to your cousin, because you're a pretty good dude. Micro USB, sexy man. How are you? I was literally, honestly, I was just, before you appeared, I was just kind of thinking, who's the sexiest man I know? And I was having trouble deciding, and then you appeared. I don't know. That seems like a thing. That seems like a thing. Yeah. So it must be, is it Friday morning for you now, Micro? Oh, little bit more of, man, this is really nice. This is the new one from Cappy, the white peach soda water. It's yummy. It's like unsweetened, not even with artificial sweeteners, and just this tiny little flavor in it. It's quite nice. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, look, honestly, look, Dr. Abigail, if Taika Waititi came onto the stream, I'd drop micro USB like a hot potato, quite honestly. And I like to think Micro would be very understanding that I had dropped him for Taika Waititi. Also, Oscar Isaac. I don't want to. I don't want to come up with a really long list of guys I'd drop you for, Micro. Oscar Isaac's probably number 2, though. And now you don't know what's happening. Wait, what? What is fighting words? You'll always have a special place in my heart, Micro. It's just that, Taika Waititi, Oscar Isaac, a little bit higher. Just saying. Just saying. What the fuck? Yeah, this guy's probably heterosexual. I'm just saying. It's probably a thing. No. You're not dropped. You're not dropped because neither Taika Waititi nor Oscar Isaac has ended up on the stream. So you're still number one. Taika Waititi is a Maori actor, writer, producer, director. Directed the Marvel film. He has a bunch of great films he did as like indie films in New Zealand, but he's possibly more notorious for directing the Marvel films Thor Ragnarok and Thor Love and Thunder. He's also behind some very good TV series, What We Do in the Shadows. How would I react to Friendly George? I mean, I'd say hi. He's an interesting character, young Jordan Shanks. I think he probably does more good than not probably. I think he does more good than harm. I have issues of contention with him. Like there's like this huge swath of stuff that based on what he's put online, we very much agree on. But there's also a pretty solid chunk was like, okay, buddy, I have a bit of a problem with what you say on these topics. And I feel like you need to maybe put your ego in check a little bit and think more about other people. Because it's like, I feel like when I see stuff he's done, there's a whole sort of spectrum of things where he has massive empathy and he wants good for people. And then there's these other things where he has a pretty fucking bad blind spot and he doesn't realize what a prick he's being. Because I don't think he's intrinsically a prick, but I think he behaves like a prick on certain topics. Micro, if this was WWG, give me up for a Klondike bar. Yeah, fair call. Fair call. I have seen some of his self-help stuff as well. And like I said, I think he does more good than harm, but there's stuff I'd like to talk to him about and say, hey, buddy, I don't think you're really thinking this through. Megaleech, my friend, dirty end of week away. Have you been having time away? That sounds pretty fucking cool. I'm also, God, why did I put Chicken down? I'm going to leave Chicken in charge again. I need to get it some ice. Actually, I probably don't. I could probably, I was going to make an old fashioned. And okay, what sugar syrups do I have here? Oh yeah, okay. I'm going to make myself an old fashioned. I probably don't need to go away. I'll just oh, what is this? Is this still on? Stop running the battery down. Turn the battery. Okay, so I might make it with some of these. All right, Hellier's Red Single Malt, Hoochery Overproof Rum, vodka, we'll leave that aside. Pink gin, we'll leave that aside. Raspberry, we'll leave that aside. Gin, we'll leave that aside. Okay, I might do those. Maybe some of my barrel-aged twofold as well, actually. All right. Get myself a rocks glass. This will do. All right, so we are going to get some fresh ice from in here. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. I usually like to do a big chunk of ice, but I'll do a little ice. Right, that's probably enough. You know what? Fuck it. I'm putting it all in there. Fuck it. Okay, so we are going to put the overproof rum. Put that in these funny little bottles. God, I'm just throwing. Hellier's Road single malt. And my barrel aged twofold. Half an ounce, maybe. Ooh, that's darker than the other things. Sugar syrup. Can I put a bit of this one? A little bit of this. A little bit of that. Put a bit of that in there. And a bit of this lily pilly sugar syrup that I made. Because we have a lily pilly tree in my yard. And I got some fruit off it. And turned it into sugar syrup. Lily pilly, also known as ryeberry. Now, some different bitters. What's this one? Chocolate. Couple of drops of chocolate. What other bitters do I have? Orange. Maybe a little bit of orange bitters. And a little bit of gospel whiskey bitters. All right. Improvised, old-fashioned, and we stir that. Oops. Ice going everywhere. Man, that tastes pretty good. Okay. Coming back over here. And yeah, Micro, that's an Australian breakfast. So, Megalich, you and Tazchick went to Launceston Wednesday till oh, you're actually in the midst of the nice hotel room. Nice. For anyone who doesn't do subtext, they be fucking. There is a not very widely seen British comedy thing from, oh God, I don't know, 10 or more, it might even be 10 years ago. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. It's really funny and it's really weird. And there's a quote people use as a meme every now and then. Where this guy goes, I know some authors who use subtext and they're all coward. Oh God, honestly, Megalich, that's concerning. You're talking about having a dirty time away and there's pics on the Discord. Oh my God. Okay. Ooh. Oh, just of the hotel room. Okay. Good Lord. You led me on a little bit there, I'm going to say. Having raunchy adult times away and saying you're going to share pics on Discord. I know. Yeah, see, Micro, you're on it. See, we have the same thought. Is it pics in the hotel room or have you... He led me on a bit, is all I'm saying. So But also, the hotel room looks pretty cool. Where are we? So the bathroom that seems to have a jacuzzi in it. Nice. Yes, Mega Leech, this is very after party stuff, honestly. So which room is the... Oh, that's the kitchen. Okay. Jesus, it is a nice space that you've been in. Good for you two. Fucking treating yourself. Yeah. Treat yourself. That's what it's all about. This one is where we leave it all up to your imagination. That's Bow Chicka Bow Bow. Look at that. That's a nice bed. That's Bow Chicka Bow Bow stuff. Okay. Honestly, unless you ask me to, I'm leaving the other photo. It's not quite after party stuff, but you know, it's pretty raunchy. You and Taz chick, fuck yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, that's pretty fucking good. That is pretty fucking good. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. So are you saying that's the first time you've treated yourself like this in 23 years? You both deserve to be treated, my friend. And Micro, coming with the real talk, yeah. So many people fucked on that bed and jerked off on that bed. It's but you know, it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, I was going to put a fucking cherry in this. All right. My cherries. You know what? I was actually super... For me, I was super responsible. Yes. Tazchick, yeah, you fucking rock. Have your sexy time. Fuck yes. You got time to yourself now? Hey, think what we're like. That my offspring moved out. And Mrs. Angry's lad's only here half the time. The other half the time he's at his dad's place. It's like, yeah, we don't have to keep the bedroom closed anymore. Oh, Mrs. Angry has been playing the Zelda game for like the last month. Loves it. Yeah, it is a very good game. At some point, I'll get a chance to play it. A very good game. So, cheers, y'all. Oh yeah, Micro. There is so much in it. Like Mrs. Angry plays it just heaps. Like I'll be on my PC doing stuff, and I'll just kind of pay attention to what she's doing. It's so attach a cannon to a shield. It's like having a gun. Neat. Oh yeah, no, Tajik. We can be naked all over the house. It's fucking awesome. And also, like I said, we don't have to have the bedroom door closed or worry about noise from the bedroom. It's like, you know, hell yeah. Again, I also do like to respect Mrs. Angry's privacy and not go on at great length about our sex life, but I'll just throw it out there. You know, it's pretty good not having to worry if we get the house to ourselves. It's pretty good not having to worry about anyone else. Not that there was any, you know, like shame attached to our sexuality. We just didn't want to give the offspring sort of trauma they'd have to spend years in therapy going to therapists. Anyway, so like my dad would like have really loud sex with his wife, and it was pretty fucking weird. And we didn't do that. We didn't do anything that would give the offspring trauma that they'd have to work through. So this is okay. It makes me think I'm going to. I have some of my liqueur in the fridge, or maybe a martini, maybe a freezer martini. It's fucking party night. Why the fuck not? I mean, I should check some dates because I decanted the twofold, which had been in a barrel for. Oh no! See, there you go, micro. You heard your stepfather clapping your mum on the face. So that's why we didn't want to traumatize our offspring. Traumatize is probably too strong a word, but they're just like no one wants to think. It's kind of like if anyone annoys me online, and it's like shut up or I'll tell you about old people sex. Sorry, parents having a waterbed. Try erasing the sloshing noise out of your memory. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh god. I have actually had sex on a waterbed, not for ages. And this will sound weird, but it was at a friend's place. I was house sitting someone a very long time ago. But yeah, waterbeds can make a sloshing noise. I'm just going to check something. Because I'm a professional. When I put stuff in the barrels, I put a little sticky thing to tell me when I did it. So, okay, that was the whiskey. It's done. That's empty. So I have to put something in that barrel so it doesn't dry out. 6th of the 6th, that's the liqueur that I made. 17th of the 6th, that would be the liqueur because I made it thing. So 6th of the 6th would be an old fashioned. So how long ago was that? What are you up to now? 23rd of the 6th. So that was 2 weeks ago. I'll leave it for another 2 weeks. I want both the old fashioned and the liqueur to age for about a month. You don't want or need to have sex on a waterbed. Parents are. I get what you're saying. Honestly. Oh god, you have a clapping sound stuck in your head. So Dr. Abigail has clapping and water. Okay, the weirdest thing when we talk about the clapping, as we'll call it a meme, a thing someone did. Someone posted this picture, and it was from a 70s fantasy magazine. It was like someone's picture of Eowyn from The Lord of the Rings, and she's like wearing a chainmail bikini, which is fucking ridiculous. But that's a thing that fantasy nerds did in the 70s and even the 80s, having all the female characters in chainmail bikinis. But then someone said, but do you realize if that's what Eowyn looked like in the chainmail bikini in The Lord of the Rings, canonically, she could blend in with the rest of the Rohirrim, which meant that all the dudes were also wearing chainmail bikinis. So when the Rohirrim rode into battle, the thundering noise was not just the hooves of their horses, it was also the clapping of those ass cheeks. And that's just special to me. So Migalich, Tez Chick has a similar waterbed trauma. She describes the time she accidentally walked in on it as singing. That is, Taz Chick is a poet. Taz Chick is a poet. That is a beautiful way to put it. I also, look, I don't think it traumatized my offspring, but it did have an incident of when they were teeny tiny walking in on me and my mum. And when we hear the little voice going, I can't sleep, just instantly sort of, hey, how are you? They probably have no memory of that or had no context for understanding what was happening. Weren't on a waterbed. I'll just throw that out there. It wasn't a waterbed. But we did definitely have a toddler walk in on us. Probably more than once. But I don't think it's a thing they would remember because they were very little and uh, they wouldn't really have seen anything they understood. No, not me and my mum, me and their mum. So yeah, but it's a pretty funny thing to go through as a parent. Okay, so you're both agreeing. I actually said me and my mum. Yep, that is the ultimate Freudian slip. That is the ultimate Freudian slip. Yep, micro. Yeah, okay, we also okay. The ultimate Freudian slip. We're all. It was me and their mum, but yes, okay. The ultimate Freudian slip. Just reminded me of a QI thing from so many years ago with Stephen Fry when they're doing jokes like. Yeah, sure. Okay. How many Freudians does it take to change a light bulb? And the panel go, I don't know. And he goes, a penis. I mean, my father, my mother. I mean, no. Yeah, clip that. Absolutely clip that, Michael H. God damn it. Uh, context. Context is important. And I honestly don't blame anyone who takes something out of context for a laugh. Um, I'm just going, what are we going? Oh, God, it's Christ, it's only 10:30. It's relatively early. So I was kind of thinking, I might go out to the fridge and get what's left of the cure I made out of the fridge. I might actually drink some water, honestly. Yes, micro Dunny is toilet. Hence the great moment in Australian culture, the song I Hope Your Chooks Turn Into Emus and They Kick Your Dunny Down. That is a classical Australian curse. I hope your chooks turn into emus and they kick your dunny down. Really go to town. I hope your chicks turn into emus, yes I do, I really do. And when they kick your dunny down, I hope they pick on you. That is a song I heard. Excellent question. Why is dunny toilet? Maybe it's where you done your business. I feel like that's the source of dunny as toilet. It's the place where you done your business. That's just a guess. Historians and linguists might have another answer, but that seems plausible to me. That we call the shitter the dunny because that's where you done your business. I mean, I literally just came up with that, but it makes sense to me. If you Google Australian toilet slang, you'll get a few surprises. Thunderbox is another one. Okay, a lot of areas in the country, there were outside toilets where there was a massive fucking hole dug in the ground, and you were just shitting into this hole, which was gradually filling up with like shit and piss. And here's the thing, because no, left field officials Justin Watson, Thunderbox is brilliant. And that is true. Sorry, actually, Justin, every time someone says that word is made up, all words are made up. So, Micro, Google says the word comes from British dialect Dunnican, meaning an outside privy. Dung plus hen. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's a more researched answer than my thing of where you've done your business. But maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? But yeah, no, the Thunderbox is a phrase I heard for the outside dunnies that were you're shitting into a big hole in the ground. Here's the thing. This is a thing that literally happened. So this is out in the bush, out where I grew up. You get these places where you're shitting into a big hole in the ground. So there is a disturbing amount of excrement going, and methane gas would build up. This apparently happened more than once. Like someone having a smoke, they're going out to have a smoke while they have a shit, and they dropped a match into there, and there was methane in there, and it fucking exploded. I've heard more than one account of that happening. And that's the thing. Yeah, no, Justin, that's the thing. When someone says, like, oh, that's just made up, all words are made up. At some point, hominids or humans or whatever made up a word. They said, hey, how about we agree that thing is called an apple? All right, sure. And weirdos who don't speak English had another stupid word for it. This sorry, just randomly slagging everyone who doesn't speak English. Yes, Dunnican House, excellent name for a punk band. Excellent name for a punk band. Yeah, no, Dunny was an outside toilet. Pantite Dunny was emptied by the Dunny Man. Oh, God. Micro, you weren't here last night. I had a whole... We were talking about the night soil men for a long time. Melbourne still has, in certain suburbs, laneways behind the houses when people had outside toilets where they were just shitting into like a 44-gallon drum. And then you would take that out and put it out at the back, and these carts would come down at night and take all your excrement and dump it in. They were called the night soil men. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And then we were talking about Australian crime films, like one with Brian Brown called Dirty Deeds, where there's a car chase in the back alleys where they hit the shit, and it's a whole thing. Yes. And again, that was an excellent example of making up a word that was relevant. What's that thing? It's big and round. I'll call it ground. I wonder if I'll be friends. And again, Douglas Adams was a rare genius. The guy who wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I actually have in milk crates of vinyl in the next room. Well, not the next room. The next room is a bedroom. Beyond that is the office where my vinyl is. I have a collection of vinyl of recordings of the original BBC radio play version of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, which is pretty fucking... Oh my God! Oh God, I forgot this thing was broken. I was just fucking around with this bottle and the corks come off. What the fuck? I need to glue this back on. This happened the other night. Safa, are you talking about milk? Fresh glass milk bottles? I don't... Okay, so that's a thing. When I was a kid, we would put the empty milk bottles out for the milkman to collect. We'd have all these milk bottles. And because I was from a large family, we had a lot of milk. So Justin, gonna rack off. I feel like you've been watching the Aussie Man Reacts interviews with celebrities, because I saw them recently where he challenges the celebrities to understand Aussie slang. And fucking more power to that dude, by the way. That he just started doing these things where he did these reaction things. Well, I'm a super Aussie man reacting to this viral video. And they were very successful. He's got a book. And more recently, he's been interviewing like A-list celebrities. And I've watched a couple of those. He's he's a funny guy. I like him. Asterisk, there may be something terrible about him that I don't know. It's milkshake duck. It's kind of like when you find someone or something, you go, that's cool. I love this. This is awesome. And then you find something horrible about them. I don't know anything horrible about him. He seems like a nice guy. But I also don't know anything real about him. So maybe there's some horrible dark secret there that I don't know. Safa, did the milk stop in the 70s or 80s? Okay. Early 80s. I'm going to say, at least in Dubbo, when I was at school, we were still getting milk deliveries to the home in glass bottles in the early 80s. And there's a whole complex thing that I remember around that. But we were definitely getting milk bottles delivered into the early 80s in Australia. In Dubbo, anyway. So, Justin, you're 2 hours north of Sydney. Number of mates still talking this way. Nice. Yeah, no, I am quite a fan of Aussie slang, quite honestly. You okay? You had milk deliveries, okay, but was it glass bottles? Okay, because this is the thing. When I was a young'un, we would get milk delivered in glass bottles, and it was not homogenized. Like what sat there, you would get cream settled at the top of it. But anyway, we would get milk delivered in glass bottles. So when we finished it, we would put the bottles out. So when the milk delivery came, they would take whatever milk bottles we had washed out and left there, and they put new ones there. And don't forget Angry Bingo, because God knows I'm super fucking predictable. And if you download an Angry Bingo card, I'm probably going to fill it out. Oh, okay. See, that's a different one. Free milk in school. That I thought that stopped like so long ago. I know when I was in infant school, like from kindy to year 2, we had milk delivered. And I think it stopped at primary school when I was in year 3 or 4. So, Justin, can't remember when it changed from glass bottles to dairy farmers. Dairy farmers, yeah, it's a whole thing. Sava, how Tim Smith am I? Half to 3/4, honestly. I'm okay. I've got my soda water here. I'm going to drink a bit more soda water. I'm thinking of things I could drink. And I'm going to be at least mildly responsible because, God, it's not even 11. So it's for party night. It's still early. So we'll do that. Yes. Safa, Google, brother. Google. Yeah. So. Okay. Talking about the glass bottles and whatnot. Okay. I'm going to tell you a really fucking weird story. It's not that weird. It's actually pretty pedestrian. But this is why I know we were still getting glass milk bottles into the early 80s. So here's the thing that happened. So my sister, who's 2 years older than me, she had some friends over one night. My parents were away. I don't know. I have no idea why they'd gone away, but they were away. So my sister was 2 years older than me. She had a couple friends over, one female friend and a couple of male friends. And it got complicated because one of her best female friends had a boyfriend who was a fucking piece of shit thug. So what ended up happening, and my memory of her, she was a lovely person, but she just had this boyfriend who was a piece of shit thug. And so my sister's there with her female friend, and the male friends were like real fucking nerds. I knew them. They were real fucking nerds. They were a couple of years older than me. They were 1 year ahead of me, or probably 2 years ahead of me at school. They were fucking nerds. Anyway, so her thug boyfriend showed up at one point, and caused a scene. And I have this really clear. Yes, this is a glass bottle sex story, Safa. I remember this thug guy showing up and grabbing one of the kind of nerdy guys and saying and throwing him about a bit. And we had a whole bunch of glass milk bottles set there for the milkman to pick up. And he sort of threw the nerdy guy through them, and they went everywhere. And I just remember, context-wise, school and my sister and these guys, this was sometime in the early 80s. So because I have this really clear memory of this thug boyfriend coming in and throwing the nerdy guy around and throwing him through the milk bottles, that was early 80s, probably about 82. And so that's why I can say, well, we were still getting glass milk bottle deliveries into the early 80s because there was this weird thing that happened with the thug boyfriend coming in and throwing people around. So, again, shit that sticks in your fucking head. But ultimately, that is a glass bottle. No, okay. So, Safi, he was not intimidated by the nerd. But here's the thing that happened. And I think I've told this before on the stream, but I'll tell it again. My parents were away, so my sister had her friends around, and this thug showed up, and I realized they were coming up at the front door. We have this old house. It's a hallway that runs right up the middle of the house. So from the back door to the front door, you can see right up. And I thought, oh my God, that fucking psycho showed up at the door. And so I ran in the back door to go up to the front door because I had two younger brothers. And when someone banged on the front door, they were going to go to the front door to answer it. And I was running up the hallway, and one of my younger brothers is going to open the front door because someone's banging on it. And I'm running up the front going, don't fuck. I didn't say fucking. I was going, don't open the door. Don't open the door. Don't open the door. And he was like, what? And he opened the door, and this guy was actually drunk, which worked in my favor. He was a couple of years older than me. And I was a wuss. I'm not a tough guy. I am not a tough guy. I'm a wuss. And this guy was a fucking thug, but he was drunk, which worked in my favor. And I'm running up the hall going, don't open the door, don't open the door. And my younger brother, a couple of years younger than me, opens the door just as I'm saying, don't open the door. This fucking thug is there. And I sort of push my younger brother out of the way and I go, hey! And this guy tries to create a scene. And he had this weird thing where, and he may have been correct, that my older brother fancied his girlfriend who was actually at the house. And he's like, you're the kind I don't like, aren't you? And he sort of grabbed the front of my shirt and he does this thing where he's going to headbutt me, but he's really drunk. So he's really slow. And I'm probably only about 15 or 16 at this point. And this guy's like 18 and he's really drunk, but he's really slow. So he grabs the front of my shirt and he takes his head back and I go, oh, he's going to try and headbutt me. So I just put my elbow up because he was really slow because he was drunk. And he goes, and I was right. He tried to headbutt me. So basically he smashed his face into my elbow voluntarily. And then he sort of falls back. And all got diffused and all went away. And my younger brother was freaked out. He's like, I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's like, it's cool. Just go back to bed. Just go back to bed. And it's the whole fucking thing. So, Justin, what are we saying? Lots changed. Oz still has its quirks. Aussie icons. See great entertainment. Kino Pub Schnitzel. Sorry, that's so Oz. That's such an Oz estimation of what's happening. Sausage sizzles, Kino clubs. Oh my god. It's all fucking good. Safa, do you not remember me telling that story? I feel like I told it on a... No, he did. Okay. Dubbo folklore. Safa, I'm going to tell you some Dubbo folklore. Okay. So people may or may not know, may or may not remember. I'm from a very big family. I'm one of 10 kids. Country town Catholics, right? And my parents didn't even have color TV. So what else were they going to do but fucking produce kids? So 10 kids. Okay. So maybe I've never told this story? I feel like I told the story. Justin's up for Dubbo folklore. Safa, this is a massive glass. This holds a pint. This holds 500 mils. This is a huge fucking glass. All right, so here's a bit of folklore. My family, 10 kids. There's another family, the Bucklands. Sorry, I just said their real name. Who fucking cares? They had 8 kids, but there were corresponding boys. Oh, sorry. I was literally forgetting Raymond. But that's the thing my family does, forget Raymond. But anyway, there was this other family and there was corresponding boys through them. And the thing I didn't realize, my 2 oldest brothers, they were like, okay, so from the youngest to the oldest was 15 years. So my oldest brothers were 10 years older than me. So they were aliens. I didn't know anything about them. So my 2 oldest brothers were like this with the 2 oldest boys from this other family. I had a parallel. Greg was my parallel. But my 2 oldest brothers and the 2 oldest from this other family, apparently they were fucking psycho. They were dangerous and they were nut jobs. So anyway, so that whole story that I just told you about a drunken thug coming to the house and whatnot, somehow my second oldest brother found out about it. And he went to my sister, who was Cordell thing, who's this guy who did this stuff, who put the youngest, the littlies, in danger. And my sister knew that he intended to exact terrible retribution on these guys. He was older. He was about 5 years older than these guys. And he intended, probably with a dude from this other family, to exact some terrible retribution against these thugs. There was 2 of them, actually. I said a thug. There was 2 of them who showed up, but only one of them did the whole thing where I was. Anyway, so my older brother says to my sister, who was this guy? Tell me who he is. I'm going to go sort him out. And my sister doesn't want to tell him because she knows this older brother of mine and his friend from this other family are going to fuck this guy up. And she doesn't want to say. And she's going, no, I don't want to say anything. And this is my second oldest brother. And he goes, okay, here's the thing. If you tell me who this guy is and where to find him, me and the guy from this other family are going to fuck him up. We're going to fuck him up. We're going to smack the snot out of him. But if you don't tell me, I am going to tell our oldest brother, and he will then team up with the oldest brother from the other family, and he will literally kill this guy. I'm not saying this is a metaphor. This guy's body will be found in the Macquarie River, which runs. So you have a choice. You tell me who he is, and me and my pal are going to go and fuck him up. Or you don't tell me who he is, and I'll tell our older brother, and him and the older brother from this other family will find this guy, and they will literally kill him. And my sister goes, yep, that's real. That's a real thing that's going to happen. So I'll give you his name. And so I never had the evidence, But to the best of my knowledge, my second oldest brother and the second oldest brother from this other family fucked this guy up because they came to our house and they put the youngest, in danger. And so the oldest said, no, that will not stand. I need to fuck this guy up. Also, just so we say, yes, I agree with you. Dubbo Folklore, Raymond Terrace, and oh my God, we used to go on holidays up around Newcastle, Raymond Terrace area. Anyway, yes, that's fair. I did not see the guy again. I never saw him again. He would not come back to our house after that. And I swear to God, this is the funniest thing because, like I said, my two oldest brothers had corresponding brothers in this family. I had a corresponding brother in this family, but we were just mates. We didn't do horrible crimes and fuck people up. And my younger brother had a parallel in this family as well. They didn't do horrible crimes and fuck things up. It was the older ones. It was like my older brothers, and they just fucked people up. And I swear to God, I heard stories about my two oldest brothers and the oldest brothers from this other family, and they were holy fucking terrors in Dubbo. Like, you did not want to fuck with these guys because you fucked with one of them, you fucked with all of them, and shit would go down. Sorry, I love that, Justin. Move to Curry in a 1950s style farm for real. That's with the Curry. That's a real place. Like Wagga Wagga and whatnot. And that's the other Australian thing. You get these places where the official place name is two things, but the locals just refer to it as one. Like Wagga Wagga, the locals just say Wagga Wagga. Curry, the locals just say curry. What else is there? Grong Grong? I don't know anyone from Grong Grong, so I don't know if they just say Grong, which just sounds wrong, honestly. Mind you, there's a significant amount of Australia that just sounds wrong. Oh, no, Justin, I know Curry's a real place. I've been there. I've driven through there. And I believe there's a mullet festival. Yeah, Safa, Wagga's not far from you. And yes, I do agree, Woolloomooloo is a very funny name. It's a real place, and it's a fun place. And yeah, Mega Leech, I think Tasjig is right. The locals probably refer to the Grong. Safa, my ex-girlfriend from 30 years ago was from Wagga, and I visited Wagga many times. She's not from Dubbo, she's from Wagga. We had an affinity. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, Wagga's actually way bigger than Dubbo. And there was a uni in Wagga. And there wasn't a uni in Dubbo. But you know, it's the whole thing. Country Australia is its own thing, and yeah, you know, there's good things and less good things. Saying Wagga population 60, I mean 60k. That kind of sounds right, honestly. There's also a military base just outside Wagga as well, which gives another weird aspect to the culture in Wagga. Yes, as I visited there a few times because I had a girlfriend it was back in my 20s. So there for like 4 or 5 years. Sorry, I love this, Justin. Trying to come up with other weird place names. Sausage Gully, Bald Knob, Quality Knob. A few things. So, Safa, there's a base near you too. I mean, we have all sorts of military bases, Air Force, Army, and whatnot, in all different parts of Australia. There's actually an academy near Wagga, I think, a training place. Oh, that's an interesting one. You can actually hear explosions from when they're doing. I assume that's if there's shit exploding. I assume that's training stuff. So, Justin, you got a RAF and an ADF near you. Yeah, there was actually a RAF in Dubbo. Not that there was any sort of armaments or anything happened, but there was a RAF base in Dubbo. They had all these sort of domed hangars and whatnot. So I don't actually know what they had there. But we never heard any armaments going off. So I don't actually know what was in the RAF base in Dubbo. It's an interesting concept. Oh, cool shit. Taz Chick was born in Blacktown. So anything I can say about Dubbo, Taz Chick can say times 10 about Blacktown. Blacktown is an absolutely notorious western suburb of Sydney. It's a whole fucking thing. It's goddamn. Yeah. We actually used to have a joke when I was at college/uni in Bathurst, because probably the majority of the students were actually from Sydney, and the people from the western suburbs would refer to themselves as Westies, because me and my mates were from so far west. One of my mates was going like, so if they're from over there and they call themselves from Westies, and we're in the opposite direction, which was actually further west, we must be Easties. So that was his big thing. If they're from over there and they say they're Westies, and we're from over there, well, we must be Easties, even though we were further east. Oh, I bet Taz Chick, when she's angry, is a force of nature, which is an admirable thing. Oh, no, it's just national parks. We have a lot of sort of natural, untamed bushland around Dubbo, which is actually quite nice. So, Abigail, you feel pedestrian at the moment, born in Eastern Melbourne. Yeah. But, you know, it's a whole thing. Safa, not far wrong, actually. Blacktown, not that far from Frankston in Melbourne, actually, culturally and mentally. But, you know, we're all just people trying to get along. That's me being philosophical. We used to, yeah, no, Justin, I actually agree with you. The wilderness or semi-wilderness in New South Wales is actually quite beautiful. There was a place kind of like half an hour outside of Dubbo, so somewhere between 20 and 50 kilometers outside Dubbo. It was, I guess it was national park. It was a reserve, and there were some really interesting, really quite large rock formations. So we used to jokingly refer to it as Hanging Rock, because, of course, a very famous bit of Australian culture is picnic at Hanging Rock. The actual Hanging Rock is up outside of Melbourne, out towards the sort of hippie areas, Daylesford and whatnot. But just because there was this bit just outside of Dubbo with these pretty big rock formations, we used to jokingly call it Hanging Rock. Oh, Justin, the fucking Warrumbungles. I love the Warrumbungles out near Coonabarabran. We used to do that and camp in the Warrumbungle campgrounds. There's some fucking great areas around the Warrumbungles. And yes, Safar, I agree. Bright is beautiful. Warrumbungle National Park, great stuff. We did some camping around there when I was a young'un. What's that weird fucking tourist thing in Coonabarabra in Miniland? They had minimally animatronic dinosaurs. Miniland was fucking weird. We went to Miniland so many times when I was a kid. But yeah, the Warrumbungles National Park was a great place to go camping. It was fucking awesome. So Megalich, your youngest, calls Tashik Mum Madam Busted, not stampeding boobs of rage. Oh, I could just imagine getting on the wrong side of Taz chick. She's an awesome woman, and you don't want to be on the wrong side of her. Yeah, yeah, Justin. As a kid, I camped a couple times in Warrumbungles. It's fucking awesome. It's a great piece of country. It's beautiful. It's really good. You've got some hills and mountains, and there's even some caves you can explore. Warrumbungles fucking rocks. I probably haven't been to the Warrumbungles for 40 years, but it's pretty fucking awesome, honestly. We went to that area a few times when I was a kid. Yeah, but it's kind of like, I feel like almost wherever someone is in the world, there is probably pretty fucking awesome wilderness or semi-wilderness areas not far away from where they are, and it's not always giving credit. Okay, that's stuff I'm not that familiar with, Justin. Bungonia has caves, Slot Canyon. Again, not far from Dubbo, there's caves in Wellington. The Wellington caves, they are they're limestone caves, but they're dead, as in they're not growing anymore. Whereas when you go further towards Sydney, the Jenolan caves are living limestone caves. But the Wellington caves are pretty fucking impressive, quite honestly. And yeah, Tassie's just fucking amazing. I haven't been to Tassie for ages. Mrs. Angry and I did a thing there way back, and there's a bunch of videos on my YouTube channel of our Tassie holiday. Oh yeah, sorry, the dam near Dubbo is in Wellington again, Burrendong Dam. Justin, there's a hanging rock in the Blue Mountains. There is a bunch of fucking cool stuff in the Blue Mountains, quite honestly. I didn't know there was a place officially called the Hanging Rock in the Blue Mountains, but there's cool stuff in the Blue Mountains. I love that. Taz Chick still misses the western suburbs. Awesome woman. Absolutely incredible woman. And I'm so glad you are having a good time. The two of you having some couple time. That fucking rocks. Mrs. Angry and I try and do that occasionally too. We haven't actually gone away for a little while. We'll probably try and organize it. We'll probably try and have some time this winter, because there's a place just up near where the Puffing Billy train is. We always try and do our time away. Is there a distillery there? And right next to Puffing Billy, where we used to go when the young'uns were young and they wanted to go on Puffing Billy, but there's a rum distillery called the Killick Distillery. We've been there once, and their shit's really good. We're definitely, probably sometime this winter, going to have at least a weekend up there. Get a nice place to stay, and there's a few good restaurants and cocktail bars. But the Killick Distillery, who specialize in rum, their stuff is really good. So we'll probably do that sometime this winter. Saf, how much leave do I currently have? Good question. Because I've been a permanent employee for almost exactly a year. And so as a permanent employee, I get 4 weeks leave. I took less than 2 weeks off over Christmas, New Year. So I've definitely got more than a week's leave available at the moment, maybe close to 2 weeks. I'm not completely sure. But yeah, Mrs. Anger and I have talked about we're probably going to take at least a couple days up around this area around where Puffing Billy is. So, and that's some mad truth there, Justin. Run a kebab shop in Western Sydney, everyone's best friend at 2 a.m. on a Saturday. Yeah. Oh, honey, you actually looked it up. The Dubbo RAF stores is closed but heritage listed. You'd been down a Wikipedia hole. I fucking love it, man. Oh, yeah, Safa, I have actually flown into Dubbo. I think the Dubbo airport only supports propeller-driven planes. I don't think it supports jets. So, yeah, I've done a flight from Sydney to Dubbo before. Not for a while, but I have done it. The Dubbo Aerodrome, man. It's a whole fucking thing growing up in Dubbo with the aerodrome. Okay. I just had this weird memory. Okay, so when we were at high school, there's a government sort of camp in the snowfields in the snowy mountains where schools can book in so the students can have 2 weeks in the snowfields. And it was such high demand with my school in Dubbo, you only every second year got to do it. So my year 12 got to do it. And so we had the excursion up there. We were there for 2 weeks, and it was like 1 week in the snow and 1 week at this fucking camp. And it was split in half. And it was schools from all over New South Wales would go there. And so half the people would be in the snow the first week and in the camp the second week, and the other half would be in the camp the first week and the snow the second week. I was in the camp the first week and the snow the second week. So, but also in the camp, we had to do a talent show, and all the different schools were doing sketches and whatnot. And I think I wasn't in it, but some of the people from my school did a sketch that I thought was fucking hilarious. And they were basically doing like Dad and Dave sort of jokes. And a key joke was one of the guys, he was a footballer, so he was fucking huge. And he was playing dumb, really. He was not a dumb guy. He's not a stupid guy, but he was playing dumb really well. And he said, so we were in Dubbo, and so we were going to fly to Sydney, fly the big yellow canary and whatnot. So we got in the car and we drove out towards the airport, and then there was a sign that said airport left. So we went home. We were so disappointed. And I just thought that was the best joke, because the joke was the sign says airport left, you're meant to turn left. But he took it as airport left, as in airport is gone. So they were disappointed and went home. And the way he played it so straight. I just thought it was fucking hilarious. Or do you want to say, I will show Taz Chick the sex hats. Okay, to just get you in the mood. So in that cupboard there is liqueurs and glasses, but there's also sex hats, which is actually just young Mr. This used to be young Mr. Enger's bedroom, and he was into cosplay and dressing up for fancy dress parties, and he left some stuff behind. Dr. Abigail declared them to be sex hats, so I just went, yeah, they're sex hats. I'm going to get the sex hats out. See, Dr. Abigail's up for it. I'm getting the sex hats out. Sex hats. All right, going out here. Previously, when I went over here, it was to get booze, but now it's to get sex hats. All right, what have we got? I'm just going to move this. Oh God, I lost some of my lights. Okay, whatever. Sex hats. Oh, that's just a cat. That's not a sex hat. This is a sex hat. What's in this? There's a bag here and I don't know what's in it. Oh God, that's a wig. Is it weird that I didn't even know what was in here? Alright. Shit. Alright. There's some weird stuff. Okay. Let's just fucking go. Okay. Sex hats. So that's an office. You also can tell this is someone with a way smaller head than me. This is for someone with a way smaller head than me. An officer sexy hat. But there's also a cowboy hat. Also for someone with a way smaller head than me. Cowboy sex hat. Now, I'm intrigued by this because I didn't even know there was a wig in there. I'm going to see if I can put this on. Oh, God. No, these are fucking extensions. Oh, God, and there's a net. Okay. I may or may not be able to make this happen with the sex wig. Oh, my God. What is this? This is obviously a sex wig. Maybe I'll just keep this on for the rest of the stream. And there's an extension here that has clips in it. Too late, Dr. Abigail. I put the sex wig on. There we go. The sex wig is on. The extensions just fell off. It's a sex mullet. The extension of the sex mullet fell off. Look, it's got a little claw here. I'm trying to attach to the back. Put it in front. No, I'm going to try and. Oh God, what am I going to do? Sorry, sex wig. Oh God, that makes me look worse. Okay, where are we? So I've got the extension. And there you go, the red hair. There, you know, I'm a redhead now with my sex wig on. And I'll put a sex hat on too. That's my head is just too big. This is ridiculous. Where's the... Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Oh my God, what the fuck is my hair doing? Quite honestly, a fucking disaster. Bum fungus. No link showed up there. Yeah, Micro, I did actually switch hair. Bum fungus, if you have a link you want me to look at, maybe put it on the Discord. I kind of feel like you might be on the Discord. Oh, I'm feeling like and maybe need to go and take a look. Oh God, I might go and have a fucking freezer martini, quite honestly. See, that sounds super sus, Micro. Irish goodbye. I had to give your brother a ride. You don't want to say ride in Irish. Yes. Hair from Curry and hat from the Bolo at West Tubbo. Oh my God, you fucking know the area, Justin. Jesus Christ. Oh, West Dubbo is a whole thing. All right, I'm gonna put the sex wig and the sex hat back. Quite honestly, we got them out. I'm just gonna put them back. Oof. Oh, put them back. Oh. There's a couple caps there. They don't really count as sex hats. I don't think caps are sex hats. What's this? What is this? Oh no, that's some costume stuff. What's that? Oh, Harry Potter Trivial Pursuit. I'd do that if J.K. Rowling wasn't such a piece of shit. Right, I think I need to go wee-wees, honestly. Marco, 69 Fahrenheit. Nice. And Safa, yes, West Dubbo is actually super dodgy. And Justin, that's fair. West Dubbo's material for houses. West Dubbo is just fucking weird. There's one chunk of West Dubbo that was more expensive and kind of bougie, and then there was a big chunk of West Dubbo that was super fucking bogan. I desperately need to take a wee. So, okay. Vote. Shall I just do elevator music with Chicken in charge, or should I put the AIDSy apocalypse video on when I have to go wee-wees? Because I really, really have to go wee-wees. So I might be gone for a couple minutes. I was like, might try and fucking sort my hair out, but then again, maybe not. It's just like, Jesus Christ. AIDSy. Okay, let's put AIDSy in charge while Mike wants chicken music. Yeah, we'll put AIDSy on. Where are we? My videos. AIDSy zombie apocalypse, courtesy of Frankie the Skin. Wow, I really fucking need to pee. The chicken's just here. The chicken will be back. Don't worry. Okay, so that. Where are we? We don't need me. So do that, and we'll full screen this. We'll play it. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, so he's. Oh no, his jaw fell off. I was thinking, was I gone long enough for his jaw to fall off? His jaw's just falling off. So we'll leave it there. Dun 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 dun. Oh my god! So everyone else in the house has gone to sleep. So I need to be a bit responsible. Found out. So I got to. So see, I got my rum whiskey liqueur that I made, which is fucking awesome. Also, freezer martini. So I don't know if there's a vote for because seriously, the next drink is definitely tipping me over the edge. It's 11:30. Okay, time's getting on now. The next drink is definitely tipping me over the edge from half Tim Smithed to fully Tim Smithed. So, like I might have to leave chicken in charge again. I swear to God, that looks so much like a bad sex toy with that open mouth. Oofed. And also, actually, just as a by the by, I got this thing of Pringles, which I haven't tasted yet. Cheesy garlic Pringles. I've limited edition. I've never had this before. Don't know what these are like. Feel like trying them, honestly. Might Oh, Justin, whiskey sour fucking rocks. That was probably my first go-to cocktail. Fucking whiskey sour is awesome. So, Mike, you're saying these days, stick your wing here and see what happens. Yeah, just my taste has probably changed. My go-to now is probably an old-fashioned, but in the early days, it was in a whiskey sour. And then I think a bigger one was like a sidecar, which was a brandy-based cocktail. So suddenly, like, oh, I like brandy now. Oh, the amaretto sour. If you do the Jeffrey Morgenthaler recipe, where the base is a mix of amaretto and whiskey. If it's just amaretto, I think it's a bit sweet. Still yummy, but probably a bit too sweet. But the Morgenthaler recipe is you mix amaretto and whiskey in the base. Pretty fucking good, quite honestly. All right. Man, that smells really cheesy. Oh man, that's pretty fucking yummy. That is pretty fucking good, honestly. Yum. Oh, Mystical Aviator has been sharing some pics on Discord. Right. All right. Ooh, LARP stuff. Nice. I'm going to share some of this LARP stuff. What's going on? So, oh no, Justin, your calls is shut. That's no good. Oh yeah, okay. I got this during the week. I'm going to be good. Try not to eat an entire tube of Pringles. I'm trying to just have that little snacky bite of them. Kind of difficult though, because it's pretty yummy. So anyway, Musical AV. Oh, what the fuck was that? No, that's wrong. Present, share screen. Some people LARPing. Noise. Is this one? Sorry, is this you, Musical Aviator, or is this someone else in the full helmet? I don't know who that is. But more LARPing. Folks having a good time. I go when people are having a good time. What else we got? Went to a McDonald's after Swordcraft. Where are we? This is one. I love this picture of. Oh, I absolutely clicked on the wrong thing here. Okay. Where are we? I love this picture. Swordcraft people having Maccas. That's pretty funny. Oh, so that was you with the Crusader helm. Nice. So just if the lid gets opened on the Pringles, they're gone. I'm trying real hard to be responsible. Micro, can you join LARP? Time traveler with a gun. Make it a musket. Well, you know, there's LARPing and there's LARPing, I guess. You know what? I am going to have a piece of freezer mat. And you know what? I'm just going to fucking use this. I don't want to. Often I'll get my martini glass, but I'm just going to use this coupe. Look at this, all the frostiness from being in the freezer. Oh man, that smells so good. So junipery. Oh, Justin, you like Cheetos? I do like Cheetos. Actually, no. Cheetos, the way that Cheetos just kind of dissolve in your mouth, I'm a big fan of that. Micro, you want to LARP as an attractive men women want. I think, honestly, I think you can make that work, dude. So again, freezer martini. Oh my god, that's so fucking yummy. Oh, that is good. Man, that is fucking awesome. Yeah, Micro, I think Cheetos are just like the ultimate. The way they dissolve in your mouth, totally unlike chips. It's amazing. Oofed. So yeah, I am quite fond of the way that is of in your mouth. Mind you, this is the first time I've had these ones. Cheesy garlic. I've been really good. Like I began like a packet of like big thing of chips from the supermarket. And just to get a hit of flavor, like I'll have like one or two chips and just no, and that's enough for a while. And so a packet of chips lasts me a week. I can make it last a week. It's just like every now and then I just like, no, I need to binge. I just need that hit. And so I'll just have a couple of chips and that's enough. And then I'll have some more a bit later rather than if I look seriously, no two ways about it. I could fucking destroy. I could destroy this entire thing of Cheetos, Pringles, no two ways. So just what's going on about. Do I like the way Cheetos dissolves in Micro's mouth? Yeah, no, he's got me. Yeah, no, that's a whole OnlyFans thing where I pay to watch Micro eat Cheetos. That's a whole thing. So, Micro, you're 9:36 a.m. We are 11:36 p.m. here. So, I was about to say, I wish the stream was brought to you by Pringles. I do not want to be sponsored by Pringles. I don't want a truck to back up in my place with a shit ton of free Pringles because I would eat them all. I would absolutely eat them all. Much as, you know, if a truck backed up with a good thing of either an already made martini or just some gin. Oh shit! I have a new gin to taste. Yeah. So here's a thing I often do, because most Coles supermarkets have a Liquorland bottle shop next to them. Not all, but most of them have a Liquorland next to them. And most Woolworths, again, not all, but most Woolworths have a BWS right next to them. And so when I go supermarket shopping, I often just check out the bottle shop, because they sometimes have unadvertised specials that were awesome. I got this fucking Four Pillars Christmas gin half price this week. There was only one bottle of it. I go, Mega Leech. Oh my god! If you and Taz Chick do a Melbourne Caulfield visit, you are absolutely 100% invited to come and hang out. We can. We could get some takeout. I could make drinks. It would fucking kick ass if the two of you were able to visit and hang out here, like one weekend. We would absolutely have like takeout and drinks night here. 100%. I go shopping in supermarkets. It was, yeah, no, okay. God, now I want to try it, but I'm going to finish my freezer martini because it's really fucking good. Oh, Micah, you're a Dr. Pepper fan? I don't think I've got into Dr. Pepper, quite honestly. What country does chocolate? Yes, New Zealand does have some kick-ass chocolate. Whittaker's is pretty good. Yeah, no, definitely. So if we're talking about, okay, carjacking, there was apparently a rash of carjackings in the last week. But here's the thing, because I used to work for an insurance company. This was like back in the 90s. And car security improved radically in the 90s and noughties. And when I was working for an insurance company, they had this discussion paper that said an unanticipated side effect of improved security in luxury cars meant the only way to steal a luxury car was to carjack someone or to do a home invasion when you knew there was an expensive car in their driveway or the garage and steal their keys. So it's an interesting sociological phenomenon in that the car manufacturers just said, hey, look, we made the cars much more difficult to steal. Isn't that good? And it's like, because if someone is determined to steal a car, now the only way they can steal it is by either carjacking a car that someone's driving or by doing a home invasion for someone who has an expensive car and threatening. So basically, it went from stealing cars to violent, aggravated assault to get a car. So yeah, circumstances very weird. Yes, Marco, that's me. I just buy whole supermarkets. Sorry, it's not what I said. When I go supermarket shopping, yeah, I do it. I decide which supermarket I'm going to buy, and I just buy everything in the supermarket. It's just what I do. It's just what I do. It's like, oh no, Mega Leech, are we being horny on main? That's cool. We do that. It's a whole thing. But yes, no, that is an absolute unequivocal invitation, Mega Leech. If you and Taz Chick were to have a bit of a break in Melbourne and wanted to catch up, I think that would be friggin' awesome and would definitely host you. You know, we get some nice takeaway. I could make drinks and we could hang. I think it would be cool. Tesco's is a UK chain. We don't have a Tesco's here. Be kind of like the smaller ones you can get here would either be IGA, the Independent Grocers of Australia. Woolies or Coles are too big for me to buy. Justin, is that what happens? Is that how people make good chocolate? If they think their life sucks, they put all their energy into making a good chocolate? I mean, honestly, that seems fair, to be honest. Just now considering, I think this is all water. Is this all water? It is. It's all water. That just tastes like water. Oh, yes, Dr. Abigail, that would also... Sorry, I was just going to say, you keep Tazchick occupied. But yeah, that would also be very cool. That would be very cool. Even in, okay, and this is a radical thought, even in a non-sexual way, it would be good. But, you know. Oh, God, I think I need to go and get some more rice. Because I don't want to make an old-fashioned with this. I meant to taste... All right, I need to taste this Christmas gin because I actually got it the other day and I haven't tasted it yet. Oh, God, yes, Micro. We were talking about the submersible and just fucking laughing at the billionaires getting turned into paste when the submersible fucking imploded at the depths of the ocean. Oh, my God. Would someone think of the billionaires? Where is it? Okay. Checking out the gins on my bar. Okay, so this is 4 Pillars Christmas gin, which is a limited edition. And yeah, my local fucking Woolies BWS just had like 1 bottle left and it was half price. Instead of, it was slightly more than half price. Instead of $110, it was like $59. So cool little decor there, and just reading the blurb on the side of the bottle because I always love the marketing blurbs. So Cameron is their distiller. This is his tribute to 4 things he loves: Australia, Christmas, gin, and his late mum Wilma. Each year, Wilma would make Christmas puddings on Victoria Derby Day, while the rest of the family watched the races. So a couple of years ago on Derby Day, Cam put some puds made to her recipe in the botanical basket of Wilma, our still. Oh yeah, the 4 guys who are behind the 4 Pillars, they named distilleries after their mums or their wives. So there's a still called Wilma, which is named after Cameron's mum. So he distilled a gin. He was also working on a gin aged in our collection of 80-year-old musket barrels. So he decided to blend these together and add a tweak of classic Rutherglen musket, which is a kind of fortified wine that's grown in the area. The result smells like gin, tastes like Christmas, sip straight over ice, simply mix with ginger ale, or make a cracking martinis. This year's artwork is by the incredibly talented painter Jane Reynolds. Jane's art is all about the relationship between color, form, and light. We challenged Jane to come up with one of her signature hyper-real compositions that would celebrate the color and iconography of Christmas. Her response was this stunning abstract Christmas scene with the presents arranged around the tree. This is one of 4 artworks Jane has created for our 2022 family of Christmas treats. So, original art for the bottle. And it's this lovely color. I'm going to try it. So, that's the whole thing. Yep. No, we had this whole conversation earlier about, and if there's anyone I'm going to have sympathy for on that submersible, it's the kid whose dad kind of coerced him into going when he didn't want to go. That's the okay. So I'm gonna try. I haven't tasted this. I've had it for a couple of days. I haven't tasted it. All right. So I might use one of these shot glasses. Is this empty? Okay. So okay, super fucking kick ass that I got this for half price. $59 instead of $110. Pretty good. Ooh, how good was that noise? Oh my god. That literally smells like Christmas pud. I'm channeling Auntie Donna there, talking about Christmas pud. And Safa, yes, I like mashed potato and gravies. Oh god, one of my foods that I get is fried chicken with mashed potato and gravy. Fucking kicks ass. Oh my god. That's so good. That is so good. Oh my god, that's fucking awesome. That's just that's just sweet. And it's got this if you've ever had a traditional Christmas pud or Christmas cake, those flavors have been translated into this gin so well. Oh, that's really good. God damn. Oh, god damn. That's so fucking good. Mm. So just in talking about Under Pressure, I love the Queen David Bowie team up for Under Pressure. It's so good. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, Dr. Abigail. Oh my god, you fucking went there. The kid was under a lot of pressure. Yes, I did miss a lot of chat because I am more than slightly inebriated. But yes, Under Pressure. I don't know. I just love the idea of billionaire paste at the bottom of the ocean just diffusing into the water and all the little fishies going, no, 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 no. It's just circle of life, motherfucker. Circle of life. I have to admit, the thing I think of whenever I think of the track Under Pressure, Queen and David Bowie, is when Freddie, his voice just soars with, why can't we give love one more chance? And I'm going, okay, Freddie, just for you, just for you, Freddie, I'm going to give love one more chance. I fucking love when Freddie Mercury's voice just fucking soars. Why can't we give love one more chance? It's oh, it just oh, it just I just soar and float with it. It's fucking awesome. It's just incredible. So here's the thing. Okay, Micro, you're worried about poor people thinking of the things. Here's the thing. I think you're a special guy, and I could eventually turn you into fighting against the state. But yeah, it's I'm literally too inebriated to engage with that significantly, because you know that I love you. You know that I think you're a special boy. God, I'm kind of tempted to go out and get some more ice. I had a freezer martini. Oh, put a bit more ice in there. I've got my liqueur. This is a blended rum and whiskey liqueur. And yes, bum fungus. Oh shit! I lost the stopper off that. Well, that's a problem. I think you've hit the nail on the head. Have the pores just tried not being poor? That's the whole thing. See, that's the thing, Margaret. You and me, we love each other. It's beautiful. It's a whole thing. Existence is complicated. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Sorry, I dropped the stopper from my bottle of that liqueur. I just picked it up. What is my fucking laptop here? Justin, wealth stratification is yes, it is. It is complex, and I am wary of anyone who posits simple answers to it. Dr. Gal, it's not poor people and everything. Here's the thing. See, Micro, you actually hit the nail on the head. Most of us here on the stream can share even conflicting ideas without getting in each other's face. I am merciless when someone shows up who will not be civil and will not respect other people. I can respect people who disagree with me if they are respectful of other people. As soon as someone's just a dick, it's like, fuck off. Sorry, Justin, that's literally how I feel sometimes. Oh no, you disagreed with me. You shall be punished. There we go. Yeah, no, I agree. The system is designed to fuck people. Also, Justin, I love that you and me both have a vibe about West Tomo. I swear to God, that's so fucking funny that we both have a vibe about West Dubbo. That's hilarious to me. Yeah, look, Micro, see, that's the thing. I try to be open minded and whatnot, and I think you are and whatnot, but when someone who's just a fucking dick, and I have certainly cut people off who are theoretically on the progressive side of thing just because they were being a dick about something. I was like, I don't know, just don't be a fucking dick. Oh my god, that's so fucking good. Okay, so this is my liqueur. For any, okay, so the Angry Cocktails channel has the recipe for my liqueur that I'm drinking there. So it's basically, I make a sugar syrup. I slice up an apple and I cover it in brown sugar or dark brown sugar. And over a day or so, the moisture from the apple liquefies the brown sugar. And then I get like a little saucepan and I toast some kitchen spices, things like cinnamon and cloves and star anise and nutmeg, and get them toasted, get these flavors, and then add this dark brown sugar syrup with apples and cook it out for a bit and just have this kick-ass spiced apple sugar syrup. And then I make a liqueur. Sometimes it's whiskey based, sometimes it's rum based, sometimes it's a mix of whiskey and rum. This one that there's only a little bit left of was a mix of whiskey and rum, the sugar syrup, and it just fucking kicks ass. And in my barrels there is another version of this liqueur that I'm going to barrel age for about 4 weeks. It's been in there for about 2 weeks now, maybe for another 2 weeks, and that was, I will have finished this, and it'll be cool, and it's so fucking yummy. So, Margo, you reckon your system won't keep you poor? And again, like, honestly, while I am most people would probably see me as a socialist, I don't have illusions about the people who form governments and form power structures. It's a whole thing. It's a fucking thing. Sorry, Justin, what was yours? You've had friends who are woke. And I swear to God, most people are going to see me as ultra woke or ultra left wing or what the fuck ever. And it's like I'm just trying to be good to people. So, Michael, you're saying it's insane if you don't give the government. That's complicated to me. I'm one of those we live in a society people, and I am extremely firmly of the opinion that people with massive wealth only have that by exploiting other people. Like, oh, dude, Micro, I am unashamed. Okay, how much alcohol have I drunk tonight that I cannot even say the word unashamedly after 3 or 4 attempts? I am unashamedly radical left. This whole thing. It is funny. And again, woke is weird fuckers saying, I'm sorry, you were trying to treat oppressed people with basic respect? What's that about? Micro, you're just fucking with me, dude. Unashamedly is a difficult word. Unashamedly. 5 syllables. Honestly, that's too many syllables. That's too many syllables for one word. It's not my fault I stumbled over it. I think it's absolutely legit. Just say, you know what? 5 syllables, that's too many syllables for one word. There's still something in this. What is it? That's pretty good. Man, what is that? I was genuinely surprised there was just something in that coup. Ugh. Anyway, Micro, what's Australia's national dish? Very good question, and I think it would be open for some conjecture. I think it could be roast lamb. I think Australia's national dish might be roast lamb. Meat pie is another good entry, Justin. A Bunnings snag, sausage on bread is another one. What are we going? What else could potentially be Australia's national dish? Chicken parma. Honestly, chicken parma could be another contender for Australia's national dish. Lamington could be an Australian dessert. Okay. Seriously, Megalech, I saw those articles. Meat pies allegedly taking a dive, but then one of the meat pie manufacturers said, "No, that's bullshit." All right, so Justin, you're on board with chicken schnitty. I kind of think that's the sophisticated Australia's national dish, chicken schnitzel. Oh, the parma. Oh, I fucking love it. When you go to a pub and they just do a really fucking good parma, and it's like a chicken breast that's been beaten out so it's thin, and it's basically the size of a plate that's this fucking big, and it's crumbed and fried, and there's a Napoli sauce and ham and cheese. Oh, pub chicken parma is fucking rocks so fucking hard. So yeah, my daughter Young is angry. Her internet boyfriend has come out from the US. He's a really nice guy. I do really love him. We've been so when my offspring moved out, Young Ms. Angry and Young Mr. Angry are sharing an apartment, and also Young Ms. Angry's American boyfriend has come out, and so I have takeaway with them. I try to do it like once a week, and it's a lot of fun. And Young Ms. Angry's American boyfriend is very cool, and it's all good. And I last year when he visited, I like took him to a pub. We had the chicken parma. Fucking kicked ass. Oh, Dr. Abigail, you want to go through? I literally okay. I'm just going to put I'm going to put the link in. I don't know who wants to join the stream, but it's fucking midnight. It's fucking midnight and no one's joined the stream. To be fair, I haven't shared the link prior to now, but yeah. Justin. Oh, okay. I've known people who've gone to Cuba PD. Cuba PD is fucking full on. Micro, who are you charging? Oh, are you challenging Young Ms. Angry's boyfriend to a Highlander battle? There can be only one American in my life. I have a couple of Americans. Look, turn the heat down a couple of notches. I have a couple of Americans in my life. All right. So, Dr. Abigail, you felt compelled to do something.
Okay. So my cleaner, I have a cleaner that comes
with the NDIS
weekly, NDIS funded, which for our international viewers is the National Disability Insurance Scheme, which is a lefty socialist welfare state initiative
that we have
welfare state initiative, which in all seriousness, if it wasn't for for that, I'd still be in deep, dark depression land. Anyway, she is from Somalia. She is
Oh,
not
okay.
she's not a refugee. She's an immigrant.
Yeah.
She came here as an immigrant, not a refugee.
Yeah.
Which props to her. She's traveled all over Africa.
Yeah.
And she's lived in South Africa, Somalia, of course, and she just fucking blew my noodle many times,
Yeah.
with stories about how much of a survivor she is,
Yeah.
and how much she's traveled around Africa and the stories she's told me. But she told me that she's taking a holiday. She's saving up for a holiday, and she's going. Okay, so she's going to. I got to look it up on the map because I'm going to say it wrong.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it wrong, and
Oh,
um,
I say
I don't want to
everything
mess it up.
wrong, so just
Well, yeah, but I'm not you, and
I know
I've got a standard to
you're a
uphold.
rational person. Me, I just lean into how wrong I am about everything. It's like
You're from Dubbo,
I know when
whereas
people say that's wrong, you made that up, and I just go, "Fuck you, everything's made up," and it's just like,
okay, so she's from Somalia, and
mhm,
she's lived in Kenya and
yeah,
Tanzania, South
yeah,
Africa, and um, unashamedly
mhm,
moved to Australia because her
yeah,
family moved here.
yeah,
Unashamedly.
yeah,
I'm just rubbing it in now.
absolutely.
Anyway, she said she was going unashamedly on holiday, unashamedly. Um,
I feel like she's unashamed about these things.
no,
I
no,
might be leaping to a
unashamedly.
conclusion there. Uh,
Anyway, she's going to Tanzania on a holiday, right?
yeah.
But that's how Westerners pronounce the name of the country.
How did the locals pronounce it?
Tanzania.
Tanzania. Okay.
I had no idea.
But again, even Tanzania is still a colonizer name.
Is it?
There's no way
Okay.
that's what the locals called where
That's
they
what
lived.
I mean, that's what she called it.
Yeah, no, but again, the locals adopted the colonizer name, is what I'm saying.
You
Um,
reckon?
yeah, I reckon with the asterisk, I could be absolutely completely
Are,
wrong.
are you just making shit up?
I could
I
be just
I feel
making
like
shit up. I could be
I
making shit.
feel like you're making shit up, but I'm going to look that up.
Yeah, but I'm also
Um,
gonna
I'm
say
not even
everything is made up.
going to look it up.
So
Sorry?
it's everything's made up. It's just like
No, some things aren't made up.
they fucking are. Monkeys at some point said, "Hey, can we all agree we're
So
going to say this?" And the monkeys all said, "Cool, we'll
so
all say
some
that."
things are fundamental axioms though.
Only with monkey brains behind them, though. It's just like,
What? No, but some things existed before monkeys had brains.
no, they didn't.
And I'm not just talking about words. I mean, something. What about the things that make up the monkey brains?
Okay, see, this is where I throw back. I'm just going to just left field bring Doctor Who into all of it, and this is actually original series Doctor Who. I'm thinking of the supposed Australian companion Tegan.
Oh, Tegan. Yep.
The name, which literally didn't exist before they made it, and yet in the decades since, an enormous number of young women have been named Tegan when they were born. I know several of them. But there was one thing where Tegan Javanka, which was a great name. Javanka is like a fucking Yugoslav or Austrian. No, it's but anyway. So the Doctor Who companion is named Tegan Javanka. She was just, what was her line? She was a mouth on legs, which was
I don't recall.
I do because I grew up with that shit. And
I mean, I did too, but it was so long ago. Tanzania was formed as a sovereign state in 1964 through the union of two separate states,
Tanganyika.
Tanganyika and Zanzibar.
That makes sense. Tanganyika and Zanzibar. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, I love, where was this thing? Justin asking me if I'm a solipsist. Honestly, yes. I'm going to get.
I don't know what solipsism is. I didn't study philosophy.
I'm going to look. I'm going to go on thing, and I'm going to say, define solipsism. It's the quality of being self-centered or selfish. And I thought this. Yes, that is absolute legit to call me solipsistic, as in obsessed about myself. Definitely.
So, what would you say I am in terms of philosophy styles?
I think you should nominate that yourself. I
have no idea how to judge
I
that.
definitely fall into solipsism, namely looking at the world and the entire existence of humanity and framing it in a way that makes sense with how I see myself in the whole thing. That's solipsistic.
You're also rather cynical a lot of the time. You strike me as way more cynical than I am, that's for sure. But maybe I'm more of an optimist than you are. I'm one of my rather negative autistic traits is naivety and optimism.
And
often
I
to my
genuinely
detriment.
think I am overly optimistic sometimes, and it's just like it's kind of the two warring halves of me that go, you know what, all humans are shit and deserve to be annihilated, and another half of me is like, I don't know, humans are kind of cool, and I would like it if humans continued to exist. And those two bits are constantly at war with one another.
I'd like it if a few humans exist, as long as I get to. There are some that genuinely suck.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So yeah. Anyway, so my cleaner, her name is Decca, by the way.
Yeah.
She says that the people of Tanzania are very lovely and are very nice people. And she said I should go with her and that I would have a very lovely time and they would welcome me with open arms. And as she was saying that, I checked out the Australian travel advisory on Tanzania,
Yes.
and it was just full of like red flags and warnings.
It was kind of like you will probably be kidnapped and murdered if you go there.
Well, yes, there is parts of the country where you should definitely not go because you will get shot or kidnapped.
Yeah.
There are laws against my actual existence there.
Oh yes. Oh god.
like
Yeah.
shit like that. So I'm gonna go with no.
No. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. um,
Okay.
but I'm glad she can go there.
Yeah, which
she
is good.
will fit in.
Yeah. Okay. Justin saying there's a chat like seriously, because okay, Justin, just to fill you in, because I haven't really seen you on a stream before, I use a service called StreamYard, which lets me restream. I am simultaneously streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch at the moment. So there is actually a delay between anything you
Jake.
type and when I see it. So that's the whole thing. And because we often talk about what do I watch when I'm watching TV, there's a series which was on Prime, which is apparently based on a book called The Power, which has an Australian actress as one of the lead roles in it. And it's basically this idea where, for whatever reason, young women develop this thing which gives them this power to basically transmit electricity through their body as like a defense mechanism. And so it flips the whole idea of women have always been subservient to violent men because violent men could inflict pain and whatnot on them. And now women have this thing where they can literally radiate electricity to fuck up men who are trying to mess with them. And it's a really
I see no
interesting
problems with this.
It's a really interesting concept. I haven't read the novel that it's based on, but the first
So this is a
season.
TV show.
Yeah, it's on Prime. The lead is the Australian actress. What's her name from Muriel's Wedding?
Rachel Griffiths.
No. She was Muriel, not the.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
I am blanking because I have had several
That's terrible,
alcoholic.
Muriel.
Yes, I've had several alcoholic beverages, and I'm not remembering my fine details. But I could go.
Well, I'm going to add that to the list because that sounds awesome. That
It,
sounds like
it,
wish fulfillment.
it literally is.
Pure wish
It
fulfillment.
literally is wish fulfillment. Muriel's Wedding, cast. Toni Collette. My brain.
Toni Collette. Oh yeah, you could have looked up The Power.
Yeah, Toni Collette is one of the leads in it, and she's extremely good. But it's basically, it's like as a defense mechanism, this thing has appeared in young women where it's the thing where they can manipulate electricity and fucking zap people, and it's posited that it's just because they have been the victims of physical violence for so long.
Yeah.
At the genetic level, they've developed a defense against it.
So cool.
It's a pretty good series because it explores a whole bunch of stuff. And again, it's based on a book that I'm not aware of, but it was pretty good. It's on Prime in terms of watching it, and I did enjoy it. And of course, because Toni Collette is she is a fucking awesome actress. And because God, Muriel's Wedding must be like 20 years ago. I have lost all sense of time. Whereas Muriel's Wedding was an awesome movie. Toni Collette has done so much in both film and TV and streaming since then. Notably, oh God, she was in The Sixth Sense. She was the mum in The Sixth Sense, and she was
certainly
so good in that movie.
Oh, have you seen the first episode of Secret Invasion?
I haven't yet. I think it's live because I read a whole thing. Oh, that must be live. I'll probably watch it this weekend because there's a whole thing about how the credits were AI generated, and because they were just
Yeah,
having
you could
fun with
really tell.
how fucked up AI generation is.
Yeah. Also, episode 2 of Strange New Worlds is out.
Oh yes, I'll probably watch that if not this weekend, sometime soon. Because the first episode fucking rocked. It was so action packed. It was really good.
Episode 2 is not as action-packed.
No, I didn't. They can't maintain that level of action.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
it's courtroom drama.
Yeah. Oh god, and I love both Star Wars and Star Trek when it's done really well can do
Mm.
different stuff. It can be fantasy, it can be action, and I'm also thinking of Battlestar Galactica. There was one episode of Battlestar Galactica that a lot of people didn't like that I loved, where Apollo was. It was essentially a police procedural. It was CSI Battlestar Galactica, essentially.
Yep.
And I read some stuff where some people didn't like it, and I went, but that was really cool. He was given the role of being a cop. There was a crime, and you should go and investigate it. And it was like CSI Battlestar Galactica, and I thought it was actually really good. I read a thing that some people didn't like it, and I was thinking, well, you're wrong if you didn't like it because it was a police procedural in space.
Yep.
And I actually really enjoyed it. But the whole thing.
Oh well, not for everyone.
And
Safa,
Justin,
I didn't spoil anything. Come on.
no spoilers, Safa. Calm down.
I
And
did.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Also,
Pull your jets.
Safa, I know you're joking a little bit. You always throw in the thing about spoilers as a joke, so I know you're joking when you say that. Justin, you're a TNG fan.
TNG is good. DS9 is my favorite.
I kind of lean towards pre-streaming. I'm probably DS9 first and foremost.
Although Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks are really good.
Oh god,
Like,
I am so fucking hanging out for the Lower Decks.
The episode
crossover. They did the
Yeah.
teaser.
Yeah.
Trailer, and I'm like, okay, I fucking have to see this. I have to see Boingler with Boingler
nerding out with Spock.
When Spock says "live long and prosper," and Boingler basically
you live. The whole episode's just going to be so brilliant. I can't wait.
Funny. Like, even the first episode of Strange New Worlds, where Spock takes control, and Helm says, "Are you gonna say the thing? What's your thing? And
what's your line?"
Spock's so uptight, he just goes, "I want the ship to go now." And Helm goes, "Yeah, okay, that's a thing. You just did a thing. That's fine."
Yep.
And it's a whole thing because the different captains have their
thing
they say when they want the drive to be engaged. And it is pretty funny, and everything is so.
What would your thing be?
Spock's so uptight, and he just goes, "I want the ship to go now."
I'm checking off repeating stuff on the.
I repeat fucking 5 or 6 times if I'm let do it. And it's just like
what would your line be when you
okay, that's a whole thing. No, that's a good one. If we want the thing to go I like Kick It. I think someone's done it. That might have been in the fucking movies with what's his name in it? I don't know, but I just love we're gonna go warp 5, kick it,
I don't remember anyone saying kick it.
No, well, okay, well, that's mine. Okay, that's my unique one.
Kick it.
It's just like, Helm, we're going this one, Warp 5, kick it. And
Okay.
because that's a hip hop thing, kick it.
Kick it.
That would be mine.
Okay.
It was like, yeah, Helm, Warp 5, kick it. So that's
I Mega Leech spanked the space whales.
Oh yeah. Okay. I'm just having a fucking
Kick it.
scene
Yeah,
here.
Kick It reminds me of the Beastie Boys.
It's definitely it's the Beastie Boys. It's the Beastie Boys. That's why I was thinking it might have been the movies, but that would be mine. It was just like Helm, Warp 5, kick it. that would be my thing. My thing would be kick it. And which again, I'm the Beastie Boys generation, so it would definitely be kick it.
I don't know what I would. I would take. I'm that type who would take all through like going through officer all the way up to first officer to think of something.
Yeah.
And probably just go with Heine and say just engage.
Just engage.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
I swear to God, like every now and then when I'm bored, I'll just be on YouTube and go, just play me that bit of the recent movies where the Beastie Boys save the universe.
Yeah.
I just think that's so fucking funny. Because it's like they're going to do a sonic disturbance at a particular bandwidth, and they're going like, "How do you pick the music?" And the alien goes, "Yes, I have the beats and the shouting." And it's like, "Okay, make some noise." And it's like, dun, 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 dun,
yeah.
And it's
or
fucking love
drop
it.
the bass.
Yeah, and it's just like. The Beastie Boys saved the universe by disrupting all those drones, and because that was also in the first of the new Star Trek movies, young James
Kelvin timeline
played it on the car that he jacked from his stepdad. So when the alien woman picks it and it starts playing, and Kirk just goes, "Good choice." And
he says, "I like this song," and it's a callback. It's
a callback to the first of those movies.
Yeah,
and
he's
blasting out, and you've got McCoy and Spock in that little ship, and McCoy's going, "Is that classical music?" And Spock goes, "I believe it is." And
which is also a Futurama reference.
Yes,
because Fry spends all his what are they, sardine money?
Yeah, it was sardine.
Anchovies. No, it's anchovies. He spends all his anchovies money.
Yes. Yeah.
On pizza. He buys a beatbox and listens to the Beastie Boys.
Yeah.
And Leela just says, "Go ahead and like listen to your classical music." And
yeah,
it's just the Beastie Boys.
Yeah, there's one episode with people holding the various Beastie Boy heads in jars and holding them up and let the beat drop.
Yes, I enjoyed that episode.
And even it's like as if that Star Trek movie wasn't good enough. When they kick the Beastie Boys, they transmit the message to the space station, and someone goes like, "We've got the frequency to send things out. Okay, broadcast on all channels." And it's just you get like the Beastie Boys going, "Wow!" and all the things explode. It's so fun. It's like it's cheesy and stupid. And
it's cheesy as fuck, but it's so good.
It's so good.
Yeah.
I love it. The Beastie Boys save the universe. It's so fucking funny. It's so fucking funny. It's so good. It's just like you just at some point you just have to go, you know what? Stop being serious. Just have fun. Just have fun.
See, okay, Megaleech, dilithium isn't injected. It's dilithium is used as a catalyst
Yeah.
to maintain the matter antimatter
Yeah.
annihilation. It's not used as a power source directly. It's not injected.
I also like.
Don't you know anything about warp drive mechanics?
I know.
Jeez.
Really
Ugh.
anything. I also like
Flog the dilithium.
because that sabotage works so well with Star Trek. Someone did it when the Star Wars movie Solo came out. And honestly, I think they made a terrible mistake when they rushed the release of Solo. I think everything would have been different because all the Star Wars movies had been coming out at Christmas. And it was just like they just went, well, we're finished. Let's just release it in May. And it's like, no, everyone's used to Star Wars movies coming out at Christmas. You should have just held on to it till Christmas. It's too soon after the last Star Wars movie. But there was the trailer for Solo, and someone did a thing on YouTube where all they did was put the Beastie Boys sabotage over that trailer, and it was so cool. It was literally the same trailer, but it just had sabotage playing over it. It was so
you could
cool.
put sabotage on like a funeral march, and it's so good. Like,
But
actually,
even the original
I want sabotage played at my funeral.
Yeah, but the original video the Beastie Boys did for it, it was this weird thing where it was like some 70s action movie and they all had these huge mustaches. And there was this thing where they were being interviewed on some talk show and they're just going like, it's just all about we love men. It's a whole thing where we love men. It was just a really fucking funny.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, you should look it up. It's on YouTube. They did this.
That reminds me of Eminem on The Interview. Have you seen that? The Interview?
I'm not sure.
It's the one where they interview Kim Jong-un.
Oh God! Okay,
and the in the first act, before they become famous, they interview Eminem, and he like you have to watch it, because he just nonchalantly says he's gay and then just continues talking about other stuff.
Remember that. Yes,
and it's just so good. It's so brilliant.
Yeah, no, and that was the whole thing with John Marshall Mathers clearly actually just doesn't give a fuck. And
yeah. And like anyone who says he's homophobic, like he's clearly not.
Yeah.
He used to be
in the very early stages.
Until he became good friends with Elton John, who turned his head around and
he tried to highlight it to people. It was like arguably a little bit clumsy in his movie 8 Mile, where when he's working in the factory, and he's defending the guy who he works with who's super gay, and they're just like at lunch doing rap battles with each other, and he throws out this one guy who tried to denigrate the really gay guy, and he's just like, he might be gay, but you're the faggot. And it's like, I get what you're trying to say there,
Yeah.
oof, oof, oof.
Yeah.
It's not
Oof.
quite landing, but
Yeah.
he was. He was pretty much acknowledging in 8 Mile, like
8 Mile.
yes, in my early career, I might have said a whole bunch of shit that was homophobic, but I'm rejecting that now, and
Good for
if
him,
you're
like,
if
for
you're
doing that.
homophobic, you're a goddamn idiot. I think he was
Yep.
pretty clear in saying if you're homophobic, you're a fucking idiot. It's being homophobic is the same as being racist, and that's some bullshit.
Yep.
And again,
Yeah.
he in the movie 8 Mile, he might have been a bit clumsy in how he presented it, but he was to me, he was very clearly trying to say homophobia is bullshit, racism is bullshit, and just Jesus, just get your shit together, and
Yep.
it's a whole thing.
For sure.
But
Yes.
again, I think
How
the
are
big
you doing there?
I'm
How are you
okay.
doing
What
there?
is it? 12:30. It's
It's
fucking
12:30.
early.
I'm gonna eat some chips.
Oh my god. I just remember. You just reminded me. I still have a whole fucking tube of Pringles here.
Mm.
Cheesy garlic Pringles. I pity. It's like I pity the film. Oh no, I pity Mrs. Angry. I'm trying to give her a cuddle and a kiss in the morning, and I've been eating cheesy garlic Pringles. They're
Where's
just
my... Oh, look what the doctor gave me. A whole fucking box of these.
mmm.
Mm.
Doctor prescribes pain drugs.
They are very effective.
And that's just giving me flashbacks to Aidsy at his various hospital visits when he's like, oh, they made me go into hospital and I'm lying in the bed and they've got a thing stuck into my arm. And they said, can we do anything for you?
Mm.
And I said, can I have some morphine? And they said, yes. And I went, oh, this is bad. if I asked for
Yeah.
morphine and they said
So-
yes, that's bad.
Remember last Friday how they fucked up 2 cannulas?
Yes.
If I may, I'll just angle this down. This is the second one they fucked up.
Oh,
Look at that
that's
bruise.
a nasty mark on your arm.
Yeah. Oh, this light's not gonna work, I don't think.
No, I could see it. There was a very nasty mark on your arm.
It's getting washed out. Yeah.
Yeah.
The first
Damn.
one is here. That's the one the nurse did. Here.
Yeah.
She couldn't get anything out of it, let alone anything into it.
Mm.
It's the one the doctor did. Usually doctors aren't any better than nurses, and nurses are way better at it than
Nurses
doctors.
tend to be better. Yes.
Yeah, but the doctor gave it a go, and he actually got some blood samples out, but couldn't get anything back in. Because they
damn.
wanted to give me some fluids, because I couldn't keep anything down.
Yeah.
I was just, I was like so nauseous from pain, and every time I ate or drank something,
Yeah.
I wanted to throw up.
That's fair. I just want to throw out Justin's going bye-byes because he's got a thing in the morning. Thank you so much for joining us tonight, Justin. I've really enjoyed your company. Get some sleep, my friend, because you got shit in the morning. Me personally, I can
5-hour commute.
I can fucking wipe out in the morning. We'll see. Mrs.
My friend
Angry
Helen is coming over in the morning. Oh,
yeah.
in after lunch.
Yeah, no, Mrs. Angry's been unwell for about a week. Thank you, Justin. It's really nice that you've had a good time here tonight.
Oh.
I've really enjoyed having
awesome.
you here and chatting and what. I think we've had a good chat. Mrs. Angry's been kind of unwell for a week. I have avoided going to the office this week and, in fact, last week in case what she had was communicable. So I'm probably going back into the office on Monday, but that will be the first time I've been back in the office for like 3 weeks, because it's just like I've just gone on the team chats going, no, there's sick people in my house, and what they have is communicable. So therefore, if I go into the office, I could make other people sick, and that's some fucking bullshit.
And
So I'm just gonna stay at
let me
home.
guess, your productivity hasn't decreased.
No, it hasn't. I've had a shit ton of stuff go, and this drives me up the fucking wall. The arbitrariness of go into the office, and it's like, okay, you know what? I'll go into the office a couple days a week because you've got this arbitrary rule. But for fuck's sake, it does not improve my productivity. I'm deep into doing a whole bunch of shit, but also I'm okay because everyone's kind of supportive. Like literally, I haven't been in for a couple of weeks. This week and last week, both times when I said, okay, I'd normally be on, but there's sick people in my house and it's a transmissible illness. If I go into the office, there's a solid chance I'll give it to other people. And that seems like some bullshit. So I'm going to stay at home. And it was actually two different things. One was the first week was like a cold / chest infection thing. It wasn't COVID. The second week was like a gastro thing. And I was just like, the doctor said this is contagious. So no one's going to thank me if I go into the office and pass this shit on to them. So I'm going to work from home. So I haven't been in the office in a couple of weeks. So when I go in, unless something happens over the weekend, I will probably go into the office on Monday. It'll be the first time I've been in 3 weeks. But it's just because I'm being nice to other people. And it's like, I'm in a house with people with communicable illnesses, and you'll all get fucking sick if I show up. So I'll just stay home.
You should just be nice to everyone on a more permanent basis.
Yeah. It's fucking like this bullshit of going into the office is really arbitrary.
To no one's detriment.
No, it's fucked. So any illness at all. And it's the same as like I've had people in my team and it's like, oh, one of my kids fucking broke their arm, and I literally need to spend a couple of days taking them to various medical things, getting x-rays and shit. And it's like, well, of course you're not going to go into the office because your time's totally taken up with that. And you can still be productive and do shit. And sometimes like, because actually Mrs. Angry has been actually unwell. So she's actually taken sick leave. I haven't actually been unwell. So I've been working from home, and I've just been saying, but if I go into the office, there's a reasonable chance I'm going to make other people sick. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to work from home and do a thing. So we'll see. We'll see what
Fair
happens.
enough.
Sorry, just left field. Megaleech going. They had cheesecake and creme brulee, sugar high. Yeah. So I'm not doing a Saturday night stream. Mrs. Angry and I are going to a place that does actually kick-ass cocktails, and I like the food. Mrs. Angry is much healthier than me, so she was talking about maybe taking a little salad to go there. And I'm like, no, they serve a bunch of fried food. I'm super okay with all their fried food. And Mrs. Angry's going, I want to take a salad. And I'm like, whatever. Okay.
I was about to say something. Oh, that's right. I can't drink alcohol at the moment.
Okay.
And it is annoying me more than I thought it would.
But
just that it's going to exacerbate my gallbladder problems.
Oh yeah, no, you want to be responsible.
Apparently.
Did I even taste? Sorry, talking about alcohol. Did I even? I don't think I even tasted this Christmas gin. I need to have a little taste of it.
Have you made a cocktail out of the special batch gin that we both ended up buying at Craft and Co?
Oh God, yes, I did, and it was really good. Let me try and remember what it was. Because I definitely made something with that mango gin, and it was fucking awesome.
Mega Leech. Talk about punching above weight class. I dated a yoga instructor once. She was very flexible.
Oofed. Yeah.
Yeah, that was certainly punching above my weight class.
I remember an article from the deep dark past that was in Penthouse magazine where the guy talking about getting it on with an Olympic gymnast, and he was just going like,
Oh,
"Oh my god!" And it was
yep.
basically her doing a handstand in front of him and having her legs out at
Oh,
90
yep.
degrees, and he was like, "Well, that's a thing. That's a thing right
Mhm.
there."
When I was 18 or 19, I ended up sleeping with a 29-year-old married woman.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Sorry, I'm
what
not jacking off under the table. Keep talking.
because I was DMing a D&D game that she was in, and one thing led to another. Don't know how that happened. Apparently
Yeah.
she had a type.
Yeah. Oh, seriously.
Appar
What? Yeah. Sorry. Keep going.
no, that was it. That was the story.
Sorry.
Um,
Okay. I was just going to throw in kind of similarly when I was about, I don't know, 21. Um, uh, and no, it was literally, it was in an acting class I was going to. And this, so older woman sort of came on to me and we had a whole thing. And she told me she was about 30, and my sister sort of met her at one point, and my sister's like, she's way older than 30. And I'm like,
when you're that
and me
young, though.
personally, I was like, I don't care. This is like the
Okay, yeah.
this is the maddest, wildest sex I've ever had.
Yeah.
She is like, she's not bang up for anything. She's like, yeah, let's go beyond what you thought is a thing you should do. And I was like,
Yep.
21-year-old male with this older woman who's just saying, I want this. And I was like, fuck yeah, let's do that.
Yep. Yep. I just remembered, the night it happened, I went home, and I told my brother what had happened, and he was like, "Oh my god, you are a god." Because before that, he and all his friends thought I was just like this loser nerd,
Yeah.
and like, that's not a lie. I'm a loser
Yeah.
nerd,
I'm
but
a
I'm a
loser.
loser
Fuck yeah.
now. I'm a loser nerd with charisma.
Yeah.
Like, but then, like, one day she rode her like Yamaha motorcycle to my house, and he got to see that what I had hit. She was fit and rode a motorcycle, and my brother couldn't pick his jaw off the
Yeah.
floor,
Yeah.
and so he never gave me shit ever again. And
Yeah.
it was just chef's kiss. It was brilliant for
Yeah.
teenage me's self-esteem.
Yeah.
It was great.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other day, my son Will said the damnedest thing.
Yeah.
Um, in Zoomer terminology, he said I had Riz,
Riz.
which is what they say nowadays when you have swagger, when you have charisma, when you
Okay.
can pull, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know how I do it. Like, ugh. Don't ask me how.
Yeah. No, I feel like I had this one moment in my early 20s, whereas like in a shared house, and there was a young woman in the house who, wanted to have meaningless sex with me. And then there was this older woman who wanted to have meaningless sex with me. And then I found someone who I actually had an emotional connection to. And so I eventually said to the other people who wanted to have meaningless sex with me, it's like, nothing personal,
Ugh.
but I'm actually going to focus on this other person.
Yeah.
But that was like the one period in my life where it's like, oh, I literally had sex with different people in the same 24-hour period.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yep.
And honestly, you get to my age, that's not a thing. That you can't manage that. But when
Yeah.
I was
Fuck that.
20,
God,
22,
in the same week. Ugh.
you can manage it. And it was like, yeah, no,
Oh,
I could tick that off. I literally had sex with different people in the same 24-hour period. But that's an early 20s thing.
that was no, that was like my 30s.
But again, because you were into poly stuff as well. So and I
I still
literally
am.
never was, but it's kind of
Okay.
like I wasn't committed to anyone, and it was like, wow, I'm having sex with these different people, and it was like, oh, but I
So
realized there's only one I have an emotional commitment to, so I have to tell the others I just
yep.
don't have an emotional commitment to you, and I do to this other person. And I was like,
I know
"No."
this dude who is in his 50s, and he has the highest libido I've ever seen in a single human being
Yeah,
ever.
yeah,
He's
that's the
very
thing.
polyamorous,
Yeah.
and and no word of a lie, to this very day, he can have sex multiple times a day, multiple women, just yeah, like he's a machine.
But
Like
also,
he's
here's
a
a
sex
funny
bot. He's a sex
here-
bot.
here's a funny thing to me. Some monogamous people can be mad sex bots, and some poly people can be
Can
way less sexual than that.
mhm.
Well,
That is very true.
yeah, and
Yes, that's
and
just
that's
him. It's
that's a
just him.
super important thing to recognize.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yes.
And I'm also having flashbacks to remembering possibly Australia's highest profile poly person was Jack Thompson, um, who had two wives, not legally, but functionally
So
from the 70s for about 20 years. And he maintained this poly relationship for about 20 years. And the funniest thing he said, like, because he was actually open about it, he had this polyamorous relationship before that was a big thing. And some people were going, "Oh, Jack, it must be fucking awesome! Like you can just get fucking happen and all that." And Jack said, "Okay, you have a wife or a girlfriend, right?" And they go, "Yep." So if you go out with your mates and get shit faced and fucked up and stagger home, your wife slash girlfriend fucks you up, right? And they go, "Yep." And he goes, "I get that twice."
yes. Yes.
Which was beautiful because he's just saying it is a genuine relationship with
Yep.
both of these women.
Yeah.
So if I fuck up, both of
Yeah,
them
if
will
it's
say you fucked up.
yes.
Um,
If it can be a polyamorous closed relationship, a polytriad.
yeah,
If it's a closed relationship,
yeah,
like and that's exactly it. It doesn't have to
Yeah.
be an open relationship
Yeah.
for it to be
And,
polyamorous.
and I don't think it was an open relationship. It was a triad, but he was basically saying, and this was not a sexual thing. He was literally just saying, if I go out with the lads and get shit faced, it's like, well, if you go out with the lads and get shit faced, you have a wife or a girlfriend who gives you a hard time. But if I go out and do something stupid with the lads, when I get home, I have two women who fucking nail me to the wall and say, "What the fuck are you doing?" And,
Yep.
which is just beautiful.
I also want to give a metaphorical high five to Megaleech and
Yeah.
Tazchick for their dirty weekend or
Oh
dirty
yeah.
week
No, no.
as it is, being like for Megaleech failed to keep his mouth shut after
Yeah. No,
saying
no.
he was keeping his mouth shut.
I'm loving it that they're just sharing that they're just like, oh no,
I'm keeping my mouth shut, and immediately fails to keep his mouth shut.
yeah, no,
That's so funny.
we been fucking. It's just like,
Yeah. They've been doing the sex dance.
I'm loving it. Which I'm saying. So it's a good thing when the
Yeah.
human beings are just going like, yep, we are human beings and we are doing human being stuff, and it's good.
Mhm.
It's a whole thing. It's good.
They are nothing but mammals.
Let's do it like we do on the Discovery Channel. Oh my god! Okay, I read a thing once where, because that's the old Bloodhound Gang track. Um, Evangelical Christians latched onto that and got super fucking outraged that it's
Of
like,
course they
we
do.
can't teach the children science, because if we teach the children science, they'll just like, just having sex is just a normal thing. And they literally quoted that Bloodhound Gang track, "Let's do it like they do on the Discovery Channel." And it was like,
Wow.
I feel like you have problems, and
Yeah.
it's just like you
Imagine
don't
being
want,
that repressed.
yeah, you don't want to acknowledge science because science says mammals like to fuck, and
Mm.
sorry, I'm loving a match. It's okay that you didn't pick up what I was putting down.
What? What didn't we pick up?
I feel like we picked it up. I feel like we picked it up.
Yeah, like the message was very loud and clear.
I feel like we picked it up. Honestly, I
Um,
feel like we picked it up. Oh,
unless it was not sex, like you were
no.
literally like
Honestly, when they're sharing pictures of
having
the
food
bed,
fights.
it's kind of
I
implicit. Sharing pictures of the big old bed is like, yeah, this is where
Yeah,
that's
yeah. Like there's a picture on Discord of two at least topless adults.
and I literally didn't share that on the stream. I thought that was like
Yeah, and like a, a king size bed
yeah. I
in
shared
a
the picture of the
hotel.
bed because for
Yeah,
real, sharing the picture of the bed was a public statement of, yeah, we're fucking on this bed.
yeah. That's a dirty weekend.
That's
Like,
fucking awesome. That's fucking awesome. That is nothing
yeah,
but
like
positive.
either you were mud fights, mud bathing, which I've done. That's like actually really good for your skin.
Yeah. Oh
Um,
god.
or
Okay. I thought I
or
was thinking something
food
else, but
fights.
anyway.
Oh, you're just weird. Um, I don't know. Like, what are the dirty activities that are not based on
Oh god,
um
I tell you what, I was getting advertised to me recently because in the last year or two, Mrs. Anger and I had a
painting?
like weekend away at the Mornington Peninsula because there was a couple of distilleries out there. And when we were out there, which was, I don't know, I can't time COVID, my sense of time is completely distorted. was either a year or two ago. We were out there. There's this thing saying, "Oh, this hot spring thing is going to open soon." It wasn't there. We were there, but I've had it advertised to me on Facebook recently. Hot Springs retreat out on the Mornington Peninsula, and and then they're talking about the adults only hot spring thing. And I went, so you are literally saying you are facilitating complete strangers fucking in your hot springs? That seems to be. It's
That
like
sounds disgusting.
and no, because it's a whole thing. It's like a 70s key party thing. That's what it feels like. I was looking at the advertising for it, and it's like, you seem to be literally advertising middle-aged couples can go out to this hot spring and just fuck strangers in the hot spring. That seems to be what you're advertising. I don't want to judge. I don't want to judge, but that seems to be what you're advertising there. So.
There's an audience for everything.
Yeah, there is. And there's the thing. This thing literally was this. They have a whole bunch of different things. Then it was like, and then there's an adults only hot spring. And I went, you only say adults only if people are fucking. It's just like,
yeah.
And that's cool. That's cool. I honestly, I don't want to fuck complete strangers in a hot tub or a mineral hot spring.
I'm guessing it's an attraction for swingers.
It seems like a swinger thing. It seems like a swinger thing. Absolutely does. Again, I'm going to throw in if you throw back to old Angrosy videos when I had Mistress M on and we were talking about relationships and sex and sexuality. She had literally been employed to facilitate swinger parties at one point just to get people into the whole thing. And I was like, man, that's the thing. If that's the thing you want to do, I am not really into the complete stranger thing. It's like, but it's like, you know what? Everyone's got their own thing. Everyone's got their own thing, and they follow particular things, and that's the thing. So,
Megalich feels like he's being ignored. He's making tapping noises.
Tapping noises. Do the clay spa. Taz Chick's not into it. So, no, this is a little thing out on the Mornington Peninsula from Melbourne. There is a hot springs thing. They've done this complete redevelopment, and there's a whole bunch of shit happening there.
Okay, so a mud bath, is where you get not just mud from some dirty pit somewhere.
No, but like
you get
minerals, sort of, yeah.
Like you get, like it doesn't have worms and shit in it, but like
no.
It's got abrasive clay mud.
Yeah, it's
water
exfoliating,
and it's like warmed up, and you just rest in it, and you can float in it even because you're buoyant in it, and you're not naked. You've got to, like, you can be if you really want to, but you've got like bathers on. And it's just really nice to just sit and float in it. And it's really good for your skin. And then you go into a spa or a shower and wash off. And it's just nice. It was on an episode of Star Trek. On the holodeck. Troy's mum has a mud bath with Alexander Rozhenko and Worf.
But Troy's mum just wants to, from my memory of that, Troy's mom just wants to fuck everyone.
No, only Picard and a little bit of
Riker.
but
again, but also
not for very
why-
long because her daughter, he was her daughter's thing.
Yeah. Riker just kind of wants to stick his dick in everything.
Riker was a model gentleman. Thank you very
Was
much.
he? Was he?
He
I don't
was
know.
a stand-up guy. He was actually a really good model of constructive masculinity
I
throughout the
don't
whole
think
show.
Riker would have done anything non-consensual, but
No,
Riker's
absolutely not. He
he's
was.
kind of. Does anyone want this dick? Because it's Wednesday.
He did have a few moments where he was thinking with his second brain. He definitely had a few moments like that. But he was a good role model for young men. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Okay,
And
I have
Megaleech, we see you in the chat with the whole mud bath thing.
Oh yeah, no. I'm thinking
Yeah.
also, Mrs. Anger and I were going out on date night. At one point, I found a thing. This thing is like, it was an Indian restaurant, and on Facebook or whatever, they were saying they had these we call molecular cocktails. They were doing these interesting things where it was like a cocktail globule in a gelatin thing where you put the. And so I thought that sounds fun. We'll go there. But we're disappointed because it turned out when we went there, they said, "Oh, we don't have those anymore." And it's like, okay, or we'll just have some food for dinner. But it was like a little suburban strip of shops. And I swear, over only about 2 or 3 blocks, there were 5 massage places. And one of them, only one of the 5, had a sign saying, "Fuck you, stop asking us for sexual services. We just do massage." And I was like, I kind of noticed the other 4 don't have that sign in their window. And it's like,
Yeah.
I'm not saying this suburb isn't super stressed, but this one suburb having all these massage places, I don't think any suburb is that stressed. I think literally all the other ones are definitely giving hand jobs. And this one who was just giving a legit massage was like, "Fuck you, we don't do sexual services here." But it was like super noticeable. All the other ones didn't have a sign saying "fuck you."
I wonder what would happen if a woman went in and wanted a happy ending. What would
They'll
happen?
fucking do it. They will do it. From my understanding,
Like,
they
yeah,
will do it. They will do it from my understanding.
I'm dangerously curious about this, but
I
I would never do
honestly,
that.
I'm
I'm
not
not
throwing
going
it
to
out
do
there, but
that.
I'm probably going to bring Dr. Abigail over here for one Friday night because it's just up the road from where I am. And I swear to God, there was one. I went to one and I went, I feel like this place is a bit dodgy, and I was just getting a massage, which was quite good. And yeah, the lady goes, "Do you want something extra?" And I'm like, "No, I'm kind of okay. You just keep doing what you're doing." And she's like, "Okay." And it was just kind of like, "Oh, yeah."
Yeah, she
Yeah.
wanted the extra money.
After that, I feel like I've got a kind of like there's some in the city, in the CBD in Melbourne, where there's like curtains over the windows and it's like massage. And I was going, this is absolutely for business dudes to go and get hand jobs at lunchtime. That is what this place is all about. Which again, legit as far as I'm concerned. You pay someone and there's an understanding on both
I
parties.
see no problem with it. If both parties agree, I see no problem with it.
Yeah.
Now
No.
I wanna answer Megaleech in the chat. I don't feel like you've driven away anyone in the chat, Megaleech. I feel like it's just the time of the night.
It's
The time
it's
has
half
it's 1
a.m.
AM. Also, I wanna put it out there that Megaleech wants Ben tonight. he wants, because he's going on about Clay and he wants Ben tonight. So he wants Ben tonight. I think he's had enough of Kaz Chick.
Who's Ben?
Yeah, who's Ben?
Who's Ben?
And why do you want him tonight?
Oh God, yes. Do a little dance. Get down tonight.
Get Ben tonight.
Yeah, no, that's an old Casey in the Sunshine thing. Do a little
He's
dance.
Clay dealer.
Make a little love. Get Ben tonight. Get Ben.
He's jonesing, man. Need some Clay. Oh dear. Anyway, I should get some sleep.
It's God, it's
Now
after
that
1
I
a.m.
mention
I
it.
should get some fucking sleep. It's after 1 a.m. Jesus. Yeah. So I might do the ceremonial closure of the stream.
Oh, no one got bingo, by the way.
No, I don't think I think I did about half a bingo card tonight. I don't think I did a whole bingo card.
I was 2 off.
Yeah.
For a couple of them.
Yeah, one closer.
Oh, you got the cherry. There's the cherry.
That's one
ceremonial eat the eating of the cherry is done.
Oh my God, I fucking love it. Also, I was super fucking responsible because I was joking the other night. It's like, oh, this spirit seller sent me an email and it was like, there's this thing that it was genuinely good price. It was an American bourbon, but I don't need it, even though it's a good price. But also sometimes they have the cherries at a good price. And I literally was like, if this was my last jar, if I don't have a spare jar of cherries, I will go on there and buy this bourbon and cherries. And I just sort of searched the kitchen and went, oh no, there's another entire jar of cherries in the kitchen. You know what? I'm going to be responsible. I'm not getting this bourbon.
Good for you.
Because I do love getting Australian whiskies, and because I got this thing from the ATO saying, hey, we've got a bunch of refunds for you that we're not paying you because you haven't given us bank account details. And I think I gave them the right bank account details. And I swear to God, oh God, I got a message. Oh God, I'm keeping Mrs. Angry awake. Oh no, I was being really loud. And that message is
what time?
An hour ago.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I'm
time to install soundproofing in the wall.
I fucking suck. I'm awful. God, that's like
I'll clip that.
God damn. Oh God, now
Someone
I feel
clip
like
that. Megaleech, I had milk clarifying and mentioning Bo Burnham as the two.
And I didn't do either of those tonight.
You didn't do either of them. Yeah.
I am going to do for Dry July, which I've got to do.
Alternatively, Gabor Mate or the After Party, which was a long shot.
I haven't mentioned Gabor Mate for a while.
Yeah. I don't even know who that is.
I'm gonna he's a philosopher about you're not fucked up, the world's fucked up, and the way you're reacting is a normal person's reaction to a completely fucked up world. Which I love. I love that with him. He's just said, you're not fucked up, the world's fucked up, and how you're reacting is a normal reaction to a completely fucked up world. His most recent book is called The Myth of Normal, and he's just saying there's no normal. There is no normal. We are dealing with a world with just like super fucked up people because it's a super fucked up world. So you are just trying to cope with a super fucked up world, and it's fine.
Fair enough. Cool.
I feel super bad that I missed those messages from about an hour ago. You are being so loud. Shut up, you idiot.
Don't worry, I'll make it up to her.
I bet you will. I bet you.
Well, with Grasshopper's wife, like
I get
I
you
haven't
must be
seen her in a
tired.
while.
All I'm saying
I
is you
am
must be
very
tired.
actually I am very tired.
Yeah.
Those pain meds are starting to wear off, and my gallbladder is starting to hurt. So it's time for me to rest.
Mind you, there weren't any additional messages. There was just a couple of messages from about an hour ago saying, "For fuck's sake, shut up."
Soundproofing, or like put some not overt soundproofing, but like sound deadening
Yeah,
panels on the walls
yeah,
to
yeah,
break up the echoes in that room.
yeah,
Will do the world of good, and you can disguise them as pictures, like
yeah,
put the deadening in the frames behind the picture
yeah,
or artwork or something.
yeah. I just, yeah,
Put them on the roof, on the
feel
ceiling.
quite bad because Mrs. Angry hasn't had to send me a message, and I fucking flicked the thing on my phone so it was silent, so I didn't get a ding for her messages. Um, if I'd have got a ding, it's like, oh, I'm being too loud. But it's like,
Yeah.
I feel really. But also, I didn't get any more messages, so maybe I unconsciously was a bit more quiet, and she managed to get to sleep. I don't know. Oh, I'm loud and I'm obnoxious. Dude,
Yeah, but you're like that all the time.
I am. That's just me, basically.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, well.
right. But I didn't get any more text messages after an hour ago, so I'm hoping he actually got.
Mega
Yeah, really,
leech.
that's an excellent thing. I should call her mobile and say, I'm sorry I kept you awake an hour ago, and I, I I I don't see any downside to that. I d
Enjoy your comfortable single bed.
Yeah, I don't think she'd come in here and stab me or anything. So
Yes.
I think it would be fine. I think it would be fine.
Mm,
So
yeah, that's perfect plan.
nothing would go
There's
wrong with
nothing
that.
wrong. Yep.
God damn, that's such good advice. Call her and say you're sorry. Jesus.
Mm. God.
That's fucking perfect. God.
Good night, everyone.
Yes, good
I am
night.
going now.
Yeah, I'm going as
Uh,
well. It's a fucking
ta
disaster.
That's so great. Take
Jesus
care,
Christ.
everyone.
Jesus Christ. So Saturday night is date night, so I won't be doing a stream, but I'll probably be on Sunday night. So you all take care. See you another time, and